Hello, good morning, sporting fans. Welcome down here to Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. We are ready for the commencement of this first FAZIL Sattar Memorial match. It's going to be Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2. Terminator 2 will be led by former Canada cricketer Abdul Bird Samad, that's the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, and the opposition will be led by former Guyana first class cricketer Derek Kalicharan, the brother of the great Alvin Kalicharan. Beautiful day for cricket, no major threat of rain, even though we have got a sunless situation at the moment. Slight breeze blowing across. We had an opening ceremony, of course, just in remembrance of Fazil Sattar. What a character he was on the field, and certainly it's a big occasion. Yes, excitement, and at the same time it's going to be painful for the family, but we're looking forward for a good contest. Derek, the Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2. That's Abdul Samad will be leading the team here at Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario. Yours truly, Ravindra Mandalore, coming to you live here, and alongside me, former Canada player and the Barbadian Aftab Shamsuddin. We're going to talk about what's going on probably in 5 minutes' time as the players just assembling, ready to go on field. Aftab, very good morning to you. What an occasion!
Morning, Mando, and morning, everyone. Absolutely, it's majestic, beautiful day for cricket here in Waterloo. Some exciting talent on show, some former and some current. Looking forward to a highly exciting and well contested game. The atmosphere is building up. Honestly, Mando, it reminds me of being in Guyana at the moment, seeing all these people here and the atmosphere and the likes of Sudesh Daniram and Clayton Lambert, Zahir Hanif, Sunil Daniram, and we actually have a recent a Canadian national player on show, which is Dylan Hellinger is also on show here today. So it's going to be a wonderful day. A lot of families here looking forward to some exciting cricket.
Yes, that's our co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin with yours truly, Ravindra Mandalal, of course, our scorer. I want to say good morning to him, Marcus Nandu, the brother of national cricketer of Guyana, Matthew Nandu, the son of former Guyana cricketer Arjun Nandu as well. He is also on show here today. And the news from the middle, Terminator 1 won the toss and decided to take first strike against Terminator 2. And as Aftab pointed out, that it promised to be a very, very fascinating encounter. We know the magnitude of the contest is just a memorial match, but these guys spoke at the opening ceremony that they are very enthusiastic, they are very eager after they want to come out and remember Sattar because of his dominance in hardball cricket in Canada. He would have played softball cricket too, but he started to play passionately in Guyana, Albion, the club prominent in Guyana at both levels, and then Canada. But after you would have played a lot of cricket with Sattar in softball cricket, I guess, and then you went on to represent Canada too. What were some of the inspirations you would have taken from Sattar?
Yeah, very good question, Mando. And I mean, it's wonderful to note that the days about Fazil Sattar. I mean, also known as the Terminator. He was an inspiration to everyone he played with, and anybody that associated themselves with him. He was very fierce at batting. He didn't. He humbly destroyed bowlers. He would look at you, smile, and then he'll dispatch you very easily. He was very talented. I played a lot of cricket with him in Canada when he represented Cavaliers, and also when he was on the national team. We would train together. We would have sessions together, private sessions. There's a lot of things that I learned from him. Unfortunately, he's not here. He's not here today, unfortunately. But that's not the will of us. He's not here, but today is about him. We're trying to remember who he is and the good person that he was. And it's nice to see that the guys who come out today to participate. It's wonderful to see the guys giving their time, back. And if Fazil was around, he'd probably be the first one here.
Yeah, absolutely. After Shamsuddin, the players still one or two photo opportunities, and we are ready for the commencement of the first ball. The news from the middle, Terminator 1, that's the Derek Kalicharan team up against Abdul Samad 11. They won the toss, Derek Calichuran, and decided to take first strike. After his composition, we have got the great Clayton Lambert represented West Indies in both formats. We have got Dylan Helliger, recently came back from the World Cup in representation for Canada. Suresh Daniram, Sunil Daniram, Troy Gobin, Ian Kachi, Zaire Hanif, you name it. You have all the players who would have done exceptionally well for Guyana. But today, yes, it's a big occasion. We, in memory of Fazal Sattar, passed away last September at the age of 58. He definitely left a legacy.
Absolutely. You know, he was a very dedicated cricketer, flamboyant, and you don't always get a name as the Terminator because you watch the movie Terminator and become Terminator. This guy would terminate bowling attacks, hence why he would have that. You have the guys like, for example, Clayton Lambert, all the way from Atlanta. Another fearsome batsman in his own rights, a guy that Fazil would have played with. Um, he's here today, represented West Indies. You've got some big names: Alvin Kalicharan, sorry, Derek Kalicharan. You have Ian Kachi, who played for West Indies A team. You have Naim Baksh, who had played for Guyana. Arjun Nandu, the leg spinner from Port Morant that captained Guyana under 19 for so many years. He's also on show today. So it's wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful game. Wonderful talent, past and present. A lot of people here. The atmosphere is building, and I'm sure that there's a lot of softball finals happening right now in the GTA. I'm sure that when those games are completed, Mando, the crowd will start to come in as well this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. It's plenty of action on field after, but this one promised to be very fascinating. We are saying that's a memorial match for Fazil Sattar, who died last September at age 58, represented Guyana and subsequently Canada. And we're looking forward for a good contest. As after pointed out, a lot of family members are out here, a lot of friends of the fallen hero coming out to witness the action. And then we have got a legion of former Guyana players on show. That will add to the excitement, I think, after. But before I come back to you, I'd like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to our sponsors for today, Adana Homes, making the commentary possible today, and Cambridge Jaguars, a team normally participating in the Canadian Premier Softball Cricket League, all version of their tournaments this year, previous years as well. So we want to say big thank you to them for their contribution to cricket again, and we are ready for the action very shortly. Terminator 1, that's Derek Kalicharan winning the toss and decided to take first strike against the Terminator 2 against the Abdul Samad team. We'll take a short break and we come back for the first ball momentarily. On behalf of my commentator, after Shamsuddin, I'm Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye for now. Hello, hello. Welcome back here to the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario. And yes, we are ready for the start of this memorial match. The first one for Fazil Sattar, Torminator. He was prominently known, represented Guyana and then Canada. But both teams have congregated and ready to face off each other in this one-day event hosted by the family members of the Sattar. So with yours truly, Ravindra Bandandal alongside me, after Shamsuddin, a popular softball player and who would have represented Canada at the highest level. Two batsmen making their way to the crease, familiar sight, Clayton Lambert and Suresh Daniram would have done extremely well for Guyana during their representation for the nation in regional cricket in the late 80s into the 90s and so on. So definitely they're coming out with a lot of memory and with a lot of repetition as well. Good morning to you, wherever you are, picking up the broadcast. Lovely day for cricket. No blistering sunshine at the moment, but no major threat at the moment neither. So we're looking forward to what promised to be a keen contest here. Danny Ram and Clayton Rambert, the right and left combination in the middle. And we're going to have Terminator 1 winning the toss and decided to take first strike. So the US based Guyanese in the middle. And certainly is looking forward to be a fierce contest, even though it's a memorable match. So after yes, we all ready to go. Everything set. Field placement, and we have got the two batsmen in the at the crease, two quality batsmen during the days for Guyana, Clayton Lambert and Suresh Daniram.
Yes, we're in for a treat. Um, Clayton Lambert will be taken for strike. Sudesh Daniram is at the non-striker's end. Um, Cricket lovers in the late 80s and early 90s would have witnessed these guys at their prime playing for Guyana. Um, Lambert, of course, went on to play for West Indies, but unfortunately for him at the time, Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes was at the forefront. He was unable to break that 11, but taking the ball for Terminator 2 is no other than Ian Kachi. Also represented Guyana at the senior level, West Indies at the junior level. He is very quick, accurate bowler. He's been around for a while, played at the highest level here in Canada. But it's nice to see Lambert facing up against Ian Kachi here in Waterloo. Excitement galore. Clayton was one of the first guys in Guyana, Mando, that I saw reverse sweep. And at the time, he reverse sweep Barrington Brown into the Cane Field at Bormine Ground. That's how talented he was in the late 80s and early 90s. And after that, he made his way to United States, where he went on to represent United States as well. And he's currently, I spoke to him this morning and I asked him, I said, hey, Clayton, Lamby is still playing? And he said, it comes a time when you need to know when to stop. And I still like the game, but I don't play as much. So today he'd be putting his best foot forward with whatever he's left in the tank to give the crowd here some excitement.
Clayton Lambert and Suresh Daniram already in the middle. Ian Kachi, former national player, youth player for Guyana, senior level, as after pointed out, and then Canada as well. So he has got the new ball, and he's going to bowl to Clayton Lambert. And after highlighted his repetition in Guyana, and then went on to play for West Indies and the United States of America. First ball, and Lambert is leaving his one outside the line of the off stump. So a lot of things to reminisce on these two batsmen, left and right combination, Lambert and Danny Ram respectively. After you spoke about the county career, the guy represented Guyana and then USA. Both team players went on to represent USA. You of course went on to represent Canada. How is it feeling like to play for one country and then come to play for another country? I mean, that's going to be a great honor. So they off the mark in terms of runs. Kachi conceded a wide. So two without loss. Terminator 1. That's Derek Kalicher on 11. They won the toss and without hesitation decided to take first strike here at Waterloo. In Waterloo. Ontario, Canada. So if you're in the vicinity, you could come down to witness the action. Admission is absolutely free, and a nice crowd building up here. And no doubt we can anticipate more fans to come out and look at some of the stalwarts in action. Danny Rom is driving, flickers one off the backward of square and into the boundary for four. Typical, classical Sudesh Danny Rom shot after.
Yes, absolutely. Brilliant shot there. Kachi pitched that one up on Sudesh's leg stump. He wasted no time. He needs no invitation in playing that shot. It's nice to see him playing a sublime shot to get off the mark. 4 runs. Beautiful to watch both Sudesh and Clayton. Who would think they'd be opening the batting here in Waterloo in the year 2024 on July 6th? Growing up, reading about these two gentlemen, looking at them playing live at Albion, at Bormine, at Everest, Maltinos. It was a pleasure as a teenager, and now watching them here play as an adult. There's nothing more than emotions. What would be nice, man, though, was, and it can't happen, and it won't happen, was to see Sattar being here, Fazil, walking in at number 3 when one of these guys get out.
Absolutely, Suresh Daniram and Clayton Lambert starting innings for Terminator 1 in this Forest Fazal Sattar Memorial match in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And you talk about 2024, I can remember seeing these two batsmen in 1994 in the Essequibo at the Hampton Court Ground. Of course, it's now dysfunctional, but I can remember Suresh Daniram back drive Nixon McLean for 4, and the next ball dispatch him into the Cayman Sankar Pavilion. So a lot of things to remember about these things, and I'm sure I'm sharing that delight with you to witness them again here in action, of course, on a different occasion, and they're still coming out, and the family of Abdul Sattar really thankful to them, especially Clayton Lambert. You say he's coming as far as Atlanta, um, now a resident of North America, United States of America, to be specific. And he's driving outside the line of the off stump. Good bounce here from Ian Kachi outside the line of the off stump after he was dispatched for 4 through the backward square region. And I think after you would have played a lot of cricket on Matit, because in your club cricket days in Canada, and then you went on to represent Canada.
Yeah, I mean, in Canada, wickets are different. Here today, they're playing on the green AstroTurf. A well directed, short of a length delivery there by Kachi. And Sudesh, with all of 57 years and 174 days behind him, had no problems leaving that one through to the keeper, Kenneth Wong. Kenneth Wong, a former first class Guyana wicketkeeper as well in his own rights. So we've got some talent here on show as we see a change in bowling. We'll have Dylan Hellinga taking up the attack. He just came off the T20 World Cup representing Canada, so the crowd is in for a treat. These guys, it'd be nice to watch Dylan facing up against Lambie. He's not coming in at full run up, but he'll still have some pace. There he goes. Force delivery down the leg side. Wide signal there by umpire Mukesh. And the score moves on to 7. 7 without loss over number 2 in progress, Mando. Like to point out that Sudesh Daniram played 46 first class matches throughout his career, as we watch Lambie slashes at one outside the off stump, misses. 46 first class games Sudesh played, and 37 list A's and 3 T20. He went on, his highest score in first class was 131 runs, and he averaged 29. So good batsman in his own right, Sudesh Daniram.
Yeah, certainly living up to expectations, Suresh Daniram. Thank you very much for those stats after Shamsuddin over number 2 in progress in this memorial match for Fazil Sattar. Dylan Heligo in operation, recently represented Canada in the International Cricket Council T20 World Cup. But here, wonderful day for cricket. Good crowd building up here. Family members, friends of Sattar. And you have got 2 teammates of Sattar as well. The Terminator in the middle, Clayton Lambert, reputable cricketer, and Suresh Daniram, highest first class scorer. Of them set 131, average of 29. And beaten outside the line, the off some. The edge is taken, and Lambert goes. Dillon strike, and Terminator 2 strike as well. Lambert looking probably to go on the leg side. Some movement there for Helliger. The outside edge is taken. And well, Judge got a second slip there. 8 for the loss of 1. A big one gone. Clayton Lambert, he's gone for 2. And Terminator 1, 8 for the loss of 1 after.
Yeah, the big fish, Clayton. Clayton Lambert. It's gone. I'm sure Hellinger would be happy with that. Clayton Benjamin Lambert, 62 years of age, 147 days. Um, all of that behind him, facing up to a young Dylan Hellinger. And he was out caught at first slip. Lambert played 5 test matches for West Indies, 12 ODIs, 120 first class games, and 91 list A games. His highest first class game was 104, and his highest ODI was 119. Lambert averaged 31 in Test cricket and 33 in One Day Internationals. So the Terminator 2 would be happy to see the back of Clayton back in the pavilion. And walking in at number 3, the number 3 batsman, you might be right, Mando. It might be Keith Semble. We'll have to get confirmation from the scorer.
Keith Semple walks out to the middle, number 3, regular position for him during his representation for Guyana. And beat outside the line of the off sub comprehensively. So Dylan Helliger, and I'm sure after he's bowling with a lot of confidence, recently came back from a tournament of great magnitude. And I'm sure that he would have been honored to represent Canada in the ICC T20 World Cup, which was hosted by the West Indies and the United States of America. So he's bowling to the new batsman Keith Semple at the dismissal of Clayton Lambert down the leg side. And these two might have had a lot of partnership as well, Keith Semple and Suresh Daniram. But not too early to see Clayton Lambert because, he's one of the big characters here today. And a lot of people would have come out to see him bat. Just making a contribution of 5 runs, 8, 9 for the loss of 1 wicket over number 2 just completed here by Dylan Helliger. And with this match, because of time and so on, we're just using one-sided wicket. It's something we have seen traditionally by softball cricket, and Afro can tell you he's a stalwart when it comes to softball cricket. And they're going to use one side. Ian Kachi to continue. You're going to start over number 3. It's going to be at 30 overs per side. Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2. Terminator 1 winning the toss and decided to bat. They've lost Clayton Lambert. So good morning to you, wherever you are. Lovely day for cricket here in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Just about an hour and a half constant drive westbound of the famous city of Toronto. And commentary comes here with the kind compliments of Adana Holmes and Cambridge Jaguars team that normally participate in the Canadian Premier Softball Cricket League tournament. Keith Semple and Suresh Daniram at the crease, looking to make a big impact here today, looking to, be a part of the celebration of Fazil Sattar life. Left a lot of memories, a lot of legacies as well, and such a wonderful occasion. So if you're in the neighborhood of Waterloo, you could come down to witness the action. Admission is absolutely free. Kachi to Danny Ram, and this one is outside the line of the off stump. Testing bounce, very probing here from Ian Kachi. Right on target, he's getting a lot of movement, and he's getting a lot of bounces as well after.
Yeah, man, the one correction, that's Marlon Kalicharan batting. Semple actually took the catch off of Hellinger to get rid of Lambert. So that's Marlon Kalicharan facing up to Ian Kachi. Ian is generating a lot of pace here as we watch. In he bowls another short delivery, and Marlon moves out of the way very easily. As we watch Naeem Baksh at point in his days. Naeem was a good cricketer as well for Albion. You have Sunil Daniram in the gully, Kenneth Wong, Keith Semple, Martinos. He would have been the teammate of Clayton Lambert whenever Lambert played in Georgetown. He represented Maltinos. So simple. Taking the catch would have been a delightful catch for him, getting rid of his former teammate from Maltinos. As we watch Abdul Samad in deep extra cover, the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, represented Canada in two World Cups. Quite an accomplishment for an Albion cricketer coming to Canada, and that's a big shot. Outside of some well pitched up by Kachi Marlon, have a go, went straight over point into the boundary, over the ropes actually, six runs. But that correction, that was Sudesh Daniram. Uppercut Ian Kachi over point for six. Mando, that wasn't an easy shot.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot there from Suresh Daniram. Came on the front foot. I think he got a lot of pace on the ball. That was the important thing. Got plenty of elevation and cleared the distance over backward point. You don't see that a right-handed batsman hitting a backward point six. This is a really big bouncer there from Ian Kachi right into the deck, and eventually got a wide ball. And we apologize if that's Keith Semple batting. That's Marlon Kalicharan. And his partner is Suresh Daniram. So they have moved up now to 16 for the loss of one wicket, the loss of Clayton Lambert, caught by Semple off the bowling of Delon Heligo. And now Ian Kachi over number 3 in progress, 16 for the loss of one. And this is a full toss, nicely clipped off the pad there by Suresh Daniram down toward long leg. We get an easy single, 17 for the loss of no wicket. For the loss of one wicket, the wicket of Clayton Lambert here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. So some big guns on show here. Clayton Lambert, Suresh and Sunil Daniram. 3 overs have been completed, and Terminator 1 winning a toss and decided to take first strike. They are 17 for the loss of one wicket in this first Fazil Sattar Memorial match. 30 overs per side, and the action unfolding here in Waterloo. But I'm sure that you would have reflected a lot on the past cricketers. Sattar contribution definitely was massive because he would have played all level of cricket in Canada, and then you have that reputation to play in a World Cup campaign. He played a lot of softball cricket, which has become very popular in Canada as well. And people talk about his dynamism behind his stumps as well. So he was a utility player in my book after not only at Albion, Berbice, Guyana, but also in Canada. But you would have been familiar with him. Tell us a little bit about his contribution to cricket in Canada.
I mean, when Fazil moved to Canada, his reputation, his repertoire as a cricketer did not change. If anything, he became a little bit more aggressive because the nature of the wicket in Canada were not the same as in Guyana. In Guyana, you play on mud wicket. In Canada, you play on matin. So he changed his game quite a bit, but he became very aggressive. He actually scored the most runs in the league one year, where he scored over 1,000 runs, Mando. And at that time in Canada, the game span, or the summer span, he only played 14 games. So the guy scored more than 1,000. I think it was 1,100 runs over 14 games. So he was almost scoring 100 runs every time he went out. And that year, everyone realized who the Terminator was. Full of talent. He was very, very aggressive. At the time of him passing, he was 58 years of age. You know, his real name is correct name is Abdul Fazil Sattar. He played 3 ODIs, 10 first class games, and 16 List A games, with his highest score on being 94 first class. First class game being 94. So he is he was one of the most brutal cricketers around. He never stopped playing the game. I mean, the guy, Mando, he would leave work on a Friday. He would drive to New York City. He would play an entire day, 50 overs in New York, leave after the game, drive back to Toronto and play for Cavaliers on a Sunday. And he would have to start working 11:30 at night. I remember he was working at Kodak, and he would tell me, because I used to keep, and he'd be in for a slip, and he'd be like, after I gotta go to work tonight, you know. And I'd be like, what was your weekend like? And we'll have a chat, and I'd be like, that's how you do it, man. And he goes, it's for the love of the game. He just loved playing cricket.
Absolutely, may his soul continue to rest in peace. Departed at age 58, but had a wonderful cricketing career. Love his commitment, as Aftab said that he would have played a match in Canada, then head across the United States, then come back and head to work in the night. He left 5 children and a wife to mourn. There you go, in memory of Sattar. And Danny Ram, his former Guyana teammate, is going across over backward point again in identical fashion the previous over, and that's gone for a six, but a great effort by the man at backward point there. Diving up to his right is Machu Nandu, and certainly went over the top. Plenty of elevation, plenty of timing, and eventually clear it. Another maximum there to Daniram. He goes up to 13, and the score goes up to 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. But we started to see some sort of aggression here from Daniram after.
Yeah, Daniel Ram is playing really well in his own rights. I mean, he's a legend in his own in his own rights as well. But we must make mention of that attempt by Jafar Samad, who is a nephew of Fazil Sattar. That shot went straight over point. Jafar was at deep backward point on the boundary, made a brilliant attempt. Unfortunately, the ball took him into the boundary and went away for six. But on the field, you have Abdul Samad, who is the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, and then you have Rafi Samad. He's also a younger brother of Fazil Sattar, and then you have the nephew in Jafar Samad, who is a nephew of Fazil Sattar, and he's been touted as well as one of the next best thing in Canada. Mando Jaff, very talented young man, only 17 years of age, just turned 17. But he's very, very talented, and he's very aggressive as well. But you would want to say he's aggressive like his uncle, but he's a little bit more technically correct. Sats was more of a bully. Jaff is more of a classical batsman, and he's at point.
Good to see some of the youngsters in participation today as well, as Aftab stated that Fazil was a more aggressive batsman. His approach was quite intimidating, but his son, his nephew, that's Abdul Samad, the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, that's his son, but he's representing Terminator 2. Sunil Daniram has been introduced into the attack, the brother of Sudesh Daniram. So we're going to have opposition here. Both would have played for Guyana at first course level. And Marlon Kalicharan taking strike. Daniram with that extra covers 6. Really pushed them up now to 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. The loss of Clayton Lambert in the context of things. Massive one, but we know it's a memorial match. Plenty of mixed emotions. We had the opening ceremony, tears from his brother Samad. We can understand his agony. Losing a brother, because after I lost my brother when he was 30, Shivanandan Mandulal, a former Guyana youth cricketer. And so I can hear his pain. Down the track goes Marlon Culturan, making good connection this time, and it's gone for a mighty 6. He's gone with the win. But down the track, force over from Sunil Daniram, and a good presentation of the bat, making good connection. Is 31 for the loss of 1, but a delightful shot thereafter.
Yeah, we've seen some delightful shots here this morning from all the batsmen that have presented themselves at the crease, but that one was well tossed up. Marlon wasted no time in accepting the invitation and hits it straight over mid-on for 6. We want to welcome everyone who's watching online live. We also want to welcome everyone who are here in person at the ground. The crowd is building up very nicely. Being from Borbis, I might want to sound a little bit prejudiced or stereotypical here, Mando, but it's making me feel as though I'm at Albion or Rosal Kanji or Barman Ground back in the days in the late 80s or early 90s. This is what we were used to when the likes of Clayton Lambert and the Danny Ram brothers and the Troy Gobins were on display. This was what the atmosphere felt like back in the days. So it's good to see everybody coming out, supporting in remembrance of Fazil Terminator Sattar. His parents are here. His brothers and sisters. His brother actually flew in all the way from Guyana to be here, so he's here as well. It's good to be amongst them and to reminisce about who he was, not only as a cricketer but as a person. He was very delightful to be around. Very peaceful personality. If he didn't like you, Mando, you would not know that he didn't like you. He never told you. He wouldn't demonstrate that. You wouldn't have a clue. That's just who he was as a human being.
Agree with you there. After highlighting the Sattar personality as individual, he have five children and a wife to mourn. 29 for the loss of one wicket. We just in over number four this 30 overs fixture in memory of Fazal Sattar, the former Guyana and Canada cricketer. It's a good comeback there from Sunil Daniram, the left arm orthodox spinner in operation in over number four. So now we have been graced with brilliant sunshine. Down the track goes Marlon Kalicharan, and he's showing that tendency to come down the track. I'm sure because they are generous flight here from Sunil Daniram. On this occasion, he missed out. So this has been a good tussle by these two.
Absolutely, with the loss of Clayton, Lambi, these two Marlins stepped into the crease and took the initiative and he's trying to take the attack to the bowlers. We see the end of over number four. Terminator 1 are 31 for 1. Batsman still at the crease. Sudesh Daniram and Marlon Kalicharan. We want to welcome some dignitaries here at the cricket game as well. Imam Sheikh Imran from the Tariq Mas was here this morning and he did the opening ceremony. Very peaceful, quiet, nothing extravagant, but opening ceremony in remembrance of the late Fazil Sattar. We also want to welcome some of the families that are here from number 2 village, the Sheriff family, Quasim Sharif. Want to welcome Nusaiba Sharif with her dad, her mom. They're all here supporting in remembrance of Fazil Sattar. Muad Sharif is also part of the game. You'll see him later on taking the field. A young man who will be participating in Ontario Games coming up next week at 4-7 and Dixie. Mando, they have the Ontario under 18 trials, and a few of the guys that are here present today will be taking part in that trial match. As we can see, a change of bowling, Mando.
It's going to be Keith Semple, known for his medium pace. So a lot of cricket being played in Canada and to be played in Canada. Of course, we've got the Global T20 starting July 25th. A lot of players, Dylan Helliger being signed up. So good morning to you, wherever you are. Wonderful day for cricket. And we having this Fazil Sattar Memorial match. Simple to Danny Rom, to Marlon, to Danny Rom, and he's being caught at backward square, looking to go in that direction, but a tumbling catch there by Naeem Baksh. So Semple strikes immediately, 31 for the loss of 2. And we just had the commencement of over number 5. But a good start here for Keith Semple. Encouragement for him. Danny Ram was looking solid. He was mixing solid defense with occasional aggression. And only finding that man at short backward square. Whipped off the pad. He went very fast, very low. But a spectacular catch there by the man there. And Terminator 1 in trouble. 31 for the loss of 2 after.
Yeah, that was a brilliant catch by Johnny. 9 backs. Well, low down to his left, and he went down and take it off of the bowling of Keith Semple. I want to send a big shout out to Auntie Shakila from number 2 village on the west coast of Berbice. She's here in present with her grandchildren, enjoying this moment here. Her grandson will be representing, will be trying out for the Ontario team next week. They have the Ontario trials down at 4-7 and Dixie. And a lot of the kids that are present here today will be part of that setup. So it's good to see them out here getting their feet wet, with the big guns. The new batsman
Machunand.
to the crease is current Guyana first class player, Machu Nandu. He's in town and he's decided to brace this occasion. He normally resides in Guyana, but he's here. I think I understand he had a shoulder surgery. He's now recovering, so he's here taking a knock up, and he'll be making his way back to Guyana shortly, hopefully for the CPL. So it'll be nice to watch him get going here today and give this wonderful crowd some excitement.
So Machunandu, the new batsman, comes to the crease at number 4, 31 for 2. They have lost two high-profile batsmen, Clayton Lambert first and then Suresh Daniram, contributing 5 and 15 respectively, 17. In fact, they're won by Clayton Lambert. Semple looking for more success, and Machunandu, the current Guyana national player, would have represented West Indies at the youth level in World Cup cricket as well. And a perfect opportunity for him to exhibit his talent. He's a brilliant talent, bright future. And it's a nice ball driven out toward extra cover, and he opened his account with a double, a single, a little bit of fumble there from Kalichuran, and the score goes up to 32 for the loss of 2 wickets. Over number 6 in progress and being bowled by the Demerara Cricket Club player Keith Semple. Had a good outing, represented West Indies in limited over cricket, so he has come with a lot of experience. And coming back to the youths, after you're talking a lot of young players. Nandu is just 21 years of age, represented Guyana in first class cricket, and he's here, in a memorial match for Fazil Sattar and Marlon Kalicharan. We have got Derek Kalicharan leading Terminator 1. They won the toss and decided to take first strike. Again, commentary comes to you with a kind compliment of Satishwar Adana Holmes of here in Ontario, Canada, and Cambridge Jaguars. So this is steady stuff here from Keith Semple. Got success immediately, so he's got encouragement, he's got motivation, and he's got a wicket in his column.
Yes, brilliant stuff here by Semple. I mean, former Maltinos superstar, DCC superstar. Played for West Indies, played first class cricket for Guyana. But steady stuff, like you said. He's right on target. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's making it difficult for the batsman to score again. It's a memorial match, but the players are making it very exciting and competitive at the same time. And it's good to see that these guys being who they are and who they were throughout their careers, getting up in age but are still playing the sport that they love and playing it at the level that they're playing it, right? As we want to welcome the big Lake Raj in the house. Lake Raj making his way all the way from Mono, Ontario. If you don't know where Mono is, it's way up north. That's where the guys who want peace of mind moves out to. He's here today, gracing this occasion with this big camera that takes brilliant pictures, by the way. So if you are here, Lake Raj would have been taking some nice pictures with you. But taking up the attack from the commentary box end is Sunil Daniram. He had bowled one over from the other end, the northern end, but he's coming from the southern end now, and he'll be bowling to the current Guyana batsman Machu Nandi, who gets back and cuts that pass. Point. Retrieving the ball there is Fazil Sattar's son, Yasir Sattar. Sattar in his own rights had represented Ontario at the under 18 level as well. Took a break from the game, but it's nice to see him back on the field. Yasir, he was retrieving that ball there, Mando. So on the field right now you have Rafi Sattar, Abdul Samad, Jafar Samad, and Yasir Samad on the field. Sattar's son and his two brothers and his nephew are currently fielding for Terminator 2.
Always a good sight to see them. I'm sure that they are playing with mixed emotion here, excitement and pain, losing their uncle, their dad, family member, age 58, Fazil Sattar, represented Guyana and Canada. 33 for the loss of 2 wickets in over number 7, be bowled by Sunil Daniram, who also played for Canada, captain Canada at the highest level. And you're talking about the age, sometimes it can be physically challenging you would have played a lot of over 40 cricket. So we thinking about veterans. We gotta find a category for over 60 cricketers because I know that you're gonna have a over 70 World Cup in England later this month. I guess you could start preparation after for the over 70 World Cup to be held in England. You know, earlier this year I was in South Africa covering an over 40 World Cup, and some of these guys were complaining about the fatigue and the mental toughness, and you have to really put up. You know, as an over 40 cricketer, there's a lot of things you have to take into consideration. Your body part, you know, we talk about the physicality and that sort of thing. But you're playing over 40 cricket, sometimes it can be very challenging.
Mando, yeah, watch you out there on a few podcasts in South Africa. Brilliant work, by the way. It's nice to see that you're following these guys around, and you're doing what your part to promote the game of cricket. But like when I walked in the park today, I spoke to Lambi and I asked him. I said, "Hey, are you still playing?" And he said to me, "I'll say it again." He said to me, "Hey, there comes a time when you have to know when is your cutoff time." And for me, playing over 40 cricket is very tough. I mean, maybe not mentally because I use it to de-stress when I play cricket, but physically it takes a toll on your body. Myself, I've been dealing with a few injuries over the last 3 weeks, two different injuries. Hence why I'm sitting in the commentary box today. But it's part of life. As you get older, if you don't stay fit, certain things can happen. So it's very beneficial, and it's very nice to see some of the guys that are older than me are on the field today without injuries. I'm sure when they go home they'll have a good ice bath and they'll relax. But definitely once you get up there in age, it takes a toll on the body.
37 for the loss of two wickets. Nandu and Kalichuran in the middle. Daniram still in operation over number 6. This one is slapped through cover this time by Nandu. Out toward backward of point. Just held up inside the boundary. He batting with a lot of positivity here. Matthew Nandu as expected. He up against some veterans, and my co-commentator after Shamsuddin highlighting all the injuries that he sustained over the past couple of years. That's why he's beyond the boundary today. He would have loved to play this match in memory of Fazil Sattar. 6 gone? 42 for the loss of 2 here at the Waterloo ground in the Ontario, Canada. Beautiful day for cricket, lovely sunshine, terrific conditions, and it's a 30 over fixture organized by the Sattar family. Thanks to Abdul Bird Samad, the younger brother of the deceased Fasil Sattar, passed away last September due to illness. And Terminator won, winning the toss, decided to take first strike. They lost Clinton Lambert. And talk about this condition, that he's age 6 and 2. That can be more challenging for him, but he still loves the game. He still wants to come out and play cricket. And we talk about that's one gone over deep mid wicket. Kalichuran looking to go over the top. Plenty of elevation, but not enough distance. And Terminator one losing the third wicket, 42 for 3. Marlon Kalichuran has joined Clayton Lambert and Sunil Daniram, 42 for the loss of 3 in over number 7. Just started there by Keith Semple. So more success here for Keith Semple. Another one in the bag, 2 in succession. And this is certainly beautiful bowling by the former Guyana Force cricketer Keith Semple, 42 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, Samo is very steady in his medium pace for his club in Georgetown and Guyana as well. And today it looks like he hasn't missed a stride the way he's bowling. That's his second wicket he's picked up. And well caught there by Zahir Abbas Hanif, the older brother of Azimul Hanif. Had to make quite a bit of a ground there, and he kicked into fifth gear, and he took a brilliant catch down that deep mid wicket. So Zahir Hanif also would have played cricket, a lot of cricket, with many of these guys that are on the field there. So it's nice to see guys like Zahir Hanif out here as well, with another one of his former teammates, Troy Gobin, Ian Kachi, and the new batsman in the crease is former Guyana first class wicketkeeper batsman Azim Ali Hanif, younger brother of Amzad Hanif, who also would have played under 19 cricket for Borbis. Azib, Azib taking up strike against Keith Semple. Probably be a force for him because Semple would have probably migrated by the time Azib played first class cricket for Guyana. He's a young man in his own rights. He'll be looking to consolidate with Matthew Nandu and take the score to a formidable and challenging one for Terminator 2. And he's off the mark with a gentle push through covers, fielded there by Jafar Samad, the nephew of Fazil Samad.
Over number 8 in progress, Keith Semple in operation. Azebali Hanef, the new batter, joining Machu Nandu. And the singles keep coming all the time. Even though they have lost 3 wickets, including the prize wicket of Clayton Lambert, Suresh Daniram followed, and then the Marlon Kalicharan. So they are progressing quite steadily, 44 for the loss of 3 in over number 8. And it's going to be 30 overs per side. Semple to Azib Ali Hanif, and the man from Albion in Berbice, the same club that Fazil Sattar would have honed his skills. Play for Berbice. A lot of people spoke about his destructive approach to batting. Definitely would have been a T20 superstar in this era, I guess, after.
Yes, Sats was a no-nonsense type of batsman. He was like the Sehwag of our time. He would just walk in and just hit you for 4 or 6, and it was like nothing. I remember playing a game at Rossard against Centurions Cricket Club. Cavaliers was 132 without loss. Sattar was at 112, and I was only at 6. So I was in the best seat in the house watching him score that century. But it was very quick. It was lightning quick. Before you knew it, he was on to 100, and Cavaliers was 130 something without loss. That was just one of the attempts to describe the kind of batsman he was. It would have been nice to see him in today's era. I'll tell you what, based on what I saw and what I experienced, he would have made some of these bowlers, he would have toyed with some of these bowlers in today's era.
8 overs have been completed, 45 for 3. Terminator 1 winning the toss, decided to take first strike against Terminator 2. And it's all happening because of Fazil Sattar, who died last September, age 58. And we know the impact he would have made on the field, as Aftab highlighted that he was a superb character when it comes to batting, flamboyant, flashy, scintillating innings, and such an intimidating batsman, represented Guyana at the highest level, at the youth level. So that speaks about his talent. Fazil Sattar, may his soul continue to rest in peace. But here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada, brilliant day for cricket, and we have got a crowd turning out here nicely to watch the action. Nandu and Azib Ali Hanif, both with the reputation of representing Guyana at the highest level, because we have got a big bunch of guys who would have played with Sattar at the first class level, would have played for Guyana at different levels as well. Himnarayan Chattigun turned out for Guyana at the youth level. That's Himnarayan Chattigun, and also the West Indies youth team, and ultimately Canada. But proceeding so far, over number 9 in progress, being bowled by Jaimini Singh, the former Eskimo senior inter-county captain, replacing Sunil Daniram, Keith Semple. So we just have the one-sided wicket. We started off every 5 overs. They got to change things up here. It's a special occasion in memory of Fazil Sattar. 48 for the loss of 3 over number 9, being bowled by Jaimini Singh. So quite a defensive field here for the batsmen. We know that it's not a big competition. It's just all happening in a memorial match. But we can see there is a great amount of competition, a great degree of competitiveness. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, long on. So it's kind of tactical here, Jaimini Singh, with his off spin after.
Yeah, Jaimini, a leggy in his own rights. I mean, he was he was a very good bowler back in the days, Mando. Jaimini, one of the best leg spin at the time coming out of Guyana, and even Essequibo. When he came to Canada, he was very destructive in the 90s when he came up. There wasn't many batsmen that could pick his googly. Um, and we see that he's still playing. And again, you mentioned the defensive field. It's because of how well Jaimini bowls. He bowls really good leg spin, and he's inviting the batsman to go over the top, trying to and hoping that they'll make an error so he can get a wicket. As if he's at the crease, he's looking to rotate the strike with Machu, um, and the score moves on to 59. 59 for 3. Oh, 50, sorry, correction, 50 runs in 9 overs, 3 wickets down for Terminator 1. Terminator 1, a lot of former national players from Guyana, likes of Sudesh Daniram, who got out, um, Clayton Lambert, Marlon, Kali Charan, Marvin Machu Nandu, Azeb Ali Hanif. So they've got quite a experienced team, Terminator 1, as we look at Sunil Daniram continuing to bowl from the southern end. The score moves on to 51. It's now 51 for 3 over number 10 in progress. Who over number 10 there? That's Sunil. That's Sunil? No, that's Sunil.
What is the score?
West East Master, Azim.
The score is 51 over number 10 in progress. 51 for 3. 51 for 3 over number 10 in the progress.
So that will make it 53 for the loss of 3 wickets over number 10, be bowled by Azim. Would have captained the over 50 team of the Masters for West Indies. And his teammates Sunil Daniram and Sudesh Daniram. We'll get his full name very shortly. So he's in operation over number 10, 53 for the loss of 3 wickets, the loss of Clayton Lambert for 1, Sudesh Daniram for 17, and Marlon Kalicharan for 8. Keith Semple picking up 2 wickets, and the other one goes to Delon Heligo. So Azib Ali Hanif, the right-handed batsman, and Machu Nandu, the left-hander, at the crease, looking to build a partnership because they lost 3 quick early wickets. So they need that partnership. Important for them if they can able to collaborate from here on. So they can able to push the score somewhere in the vicinity of 150, 160. Can be very, very competitive because you've got 2 quality batsmen at the crease, Machu Nandu and Azeb Ali Hanif. Both are still playing hard ball. Of course, Nandu 21 years of age, 10 gone, 55 for the loss of 3 wickets. So we have got another 20 overs, and the projected score is 150. But if they can able to start to think about the acceleration, probably in another 10 overs, especially if these two can able to stitch together an important partnership because they have lost 3 big wickets: Clayton Lambert, Sudesh Daniram, and Marlon Kalicharan after.
I mean, with the experience of Azib playing first class for Guyana as a wicketkeeper batsman and the likes of Machu Nandu, you would want to think that they would consolidate and try and get to more than 150 because Terminator 2 has good batting. To be honest with you, they've got the likes of Kenneth Wong, Zaire Hanif, Troy Gobin, Jafar Samad, Abdul Samad, Rafi Samad. They've got a formidable batting attack. So, and even Arjun Nandu, who's taken up the attack now, a former Guyana and West Indies under 19 captain, playing his trade. He'll be bowling to his son, Machu Nandu. So that's interesting. It'll be interesting to watch Arjun Nandu bowling to Machu Nandu. And Arjun was also a former teammate of Fazil Sattar, played many years with him at Cavaliers Cricket Club here in Canada. Here is Arjun in and bowls to Matthew, and Matthew sweeps handsomely over backward square leg for four. One bunks into the boundary. So he's treated his dad with a little bit of a disrespect, but the ball that Arjun sent down to Matthew deserved to be hit, and he wasted no time in saying, "Welcome, Dad. I'll have a go at you."
Yeah, but nice shot there from the 21-year-old Machu Nandu. Has after said earlier that he played for Guyana and the Guyana Amazon Warriors. So Arjun Nandu would have captained Guyana at the youth level in 1991, and he had Troy Gobin, who was the vice captain, is on the field, and with the likes of Shivnarayan Chandra Paul, Naresh Manbod, all these guys, Andre Percival, Kenneth Wong, played a lot of cricket together. So this is a really a special occasion in memory of Fazil Sattar, and good to see the guys have come out in their numbers, and they would have expressed prior to the commencement of this match great excitement. Yes, they're going to remember Fazil Sattar in many ways, both on and off the field. He was such a great character, wonderful cricketer. Fazil Sattar departed age 58 last year due to illness. May his soul continue to rest in peace. But what an occasion, what a day so far. Brilliant sunshine, and it's been a brilliant contest so far between Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. They have decided to name both teams with his name Terminator because he was Fazil Terminator Sattar. Wonderful batsman, pugnacious approach to batting. Represented Canada at the highest level in World Cup cricket in identical fashion. Matthews Nandu again towards backward square, and there's a chase there by Troy Gobin. Good pull back there, and the batsmen settled for 2 runs. They've gone up now to 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. Over number 11 being bowled by Arjun Nandu. So the captain for Terminator 2, Abdul Samad, the brother of Fazil Sattar. This one is short, down the leg side, pulled toward backward square there. Nice confident shot there from Machu Nandu. Found the gap to perfection, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. 67 for the loss of 3 in over number 11. It turned out to be expensive over here from Arjun Nandu.
Yeah, man, Nandu's having a go at Nandu, the younger Nandu. Machu is having a go at his father. He's very aggressive against him. Looks like Terminator-like. You know, he's treating him with respect at the same time, but he's also putting away the bad balls that his dad is sending down to him. Machu would have played 13 first-class matches for Guyana, and he's averaging 21, scoring 489 runs so far. Hopefully a long career for him. He's only 21 years of age. He's played 9 list day games, 326 runs, and he's averaging 40.75, and he's only played 2 T20 games so far. So in a young career so far, Machu has done well for himself in his own rights. He's a Canadian born, lives in Guyana, represent Guyana, and it's really an achievement to see someone born in Guyana and goes on to represent West Indies under 19 and Guyana so far. And hopefully he has a long road ahead of him. For kids in North America, you know, he set a standard for kids to follow. If they, you know, he's telling them that, hey, you can play the sport that you love if you're willing to invest the time and effort. You could start in Canada but move away into Guyana or one of the islands and play a trade and set goals for yourself, and you could probably achieve the things that he's able to achieve. So hopefully in his young career, being 21 years of age, we can see a lot more things from Machu in the future. The new bowler in the attack is Naeem Baksh. Chani from aka Chani. The score now is 71 for 3. So a good partnership building here between Azib and Nandu here, Mando.
Yeah, and the think it's very vital from here if they can able to progress to a decent total or a competitive total memorial match. But as after said that it's looking really threatening here, and we can expect that because they are coming up with some old guys or veterans cricketers, and you have got Matthew Nandu who is in his prime of his career, and you wish him that he can be a longevity in the game. Hopefully, he can be like Clayton Lambert, who is playing here today. He's 62, and he was looking solid at the crease, but only making one run. But we want to express our gratitude to him for coming out and play this match here in memory of Fazil Sattar, his former Guyana cricketer. 69 for the loss of 3 wickets over number 12, B Bowl. And this one nicely dart towards backward point there by Azib Ali Hanif. So he's still got plenty of touches. Played a number of first class matches for Guyana. Wicketkeeper batsman. But he's got a lot of centuries in club cricket here in Canada, both hard and soft ball. So he's still got some energy in the batting. And I'm sure that he will look in to make an impression here. And he's got good contribution from the left-handed Matthew Nandu. 69 for the loss of 3, still in over number 12. And we have got good condition for cricket. And we have got a good crowd in hand as well, coming out to witness the action. So if you're in the vicinity, you could come in here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo. 72 for the loss of 75 for the loss of 3 after over number 12. But certainly we want to reflect again after, yes, before we go forward, we'd like to take the opportunity to thank Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars for making commentary possible today. And after Sattar, the Terminator, you go anywhere in Guyana, they will speak about his ambitious career during his under 19 days, because he would have accomplished a big century in youth cricket. I think it's 196 against Barbados, and then in youth inter-county cricket he was such a fabulous cricketer. I know that you will want to talk about all the cricketers that emerged from Berbice, the Asian county, one of the 3 counties in Guyana. The likes of recently we had Shamar Joseph, Gudakesh Moti, Romari Shepherd. These guys went on to represent West Indies. Narsingh Devanarayan, Veerasamy Pamal, Devendra Bishu, and the list goes on. We could go back as far as 1980, Ron Kanai, Alvin Kalicharan, the late Ivan Madre, the late John Trim. These are some quality cricketers coming out from Berbice, but Fazil Sattar, we can underline his cricketing career.
Absolutely. I mean, Sats was a different breed. I mean, all the guys that all the guys that you mentioned, Mando, are legendary cricketers in their own rights. They've done really well in their own rights, and who they've become over the years. But Fazil was different, in the 1980s, the late 1980s and early 90s. If you spoke about cricket in Guyana, his name would always be out there. His name would always come up, because somebody would tell you, hey, Sats just scored 100 against Skeldon, or he was playing for Everest and he just demoralized Maltinos or Guynek or DCC. That's who he was. He was known across the country in Guyana as a bully. And when I say bully, the terminology bully might sound, bullying, but his bullying was a bullying terminology in cricket, where hey, he'll look at you and he'll hit you for 6 and he'll smile at you. You could still be friends, but the ability he had was different, was special. And then you watch guys like Clayton Lambert, who's here today, was also in those categories. You have Derek Kalcharan, who is here today, that helped organize this game. Big shout out to Abdul Samad as well. He's playing. He's just feeling the ball right now. Abdul Samad played 2 World Cups for Canada. He's now a coach for Noor Cricket Club, and he coaches with Superstars. He also coaches for Cricket Ontario. So Abdul is has his foot planted in cricket in Ontario, and it's nice to see that he's still doing what his brother love, and the cricket runs in the family. So for him to have this idea in memory of his brother and taking it up to a different level. It's nice to see that this game materialized in something so beautiful today, that we're honored to be here commentating for this game, and being present here, spending our time here today, enjoying the atmosphere.
Well, Abdul Samad said that this is going to be an annual affair, having memorial match for his brother. And I think that was a great prestige for Abdul Samad, that he had a brother who played World Cup, and he himself played World Cup too. The late Fazil Sattar played in 2003 in South Africa, and Abdul Samad played in 2007 in the West Indies. That's 50 over World Cup. So that definitely going to live in the memory of the family for a very long time. And as I said, that this is going to be an annual affair according to his brother. And Nando is coming down the track and finding the gap nicely out toward deep mid wicket. And they've started to push on here now. We started to see more aggression in the batting. And the score has gone on now to 86. 86 for the loss of 3 in over number 13. But this is positive batting here from Machu Nandu, the left-hander, and Azib Ali Hanif, the right-hander, making good contribution. He's playing that supportive role, and you rightly said, after a partnership is key here if they can able to get to a very, very solid total.
Yeah, they're doing well so far. And again, Abdul Samad and Sattar were the first brothers representing Canada in a World Cup. So it's quite an achievement. It's a family tradition. It runs in their blood. Cricket is something that they enjoy, and today is a testament of that. Them putting together this game on behalf of their brother, and all of the siblings are here with the parents, and the nephew and the son of Sattar, and the brothers, and it's wonderful to see um, what we have, and people coming from far and away to enjoy the moment.
All right, thank you very much, Aftab Shamsuddin, our co-commentator with yours truly, Ravindra Bandalal, coming to you live here at Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And for this memorial match, the Fazal Sattar won the first one. The players are off the field. They will take a break, and we will take a break as well. And we come back for the resumption of play in probably 5 minutes' time. At this juncture, 86 for the loss of 3. 13 overs have been completed. We'll be back very shortly. Hello, hello. Welcome back here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. We are ready for the resumption of play after the water cart is off the field. 13 overs have been completed in this 30 over fixture in memory of Fazil Sattar, the former Guyana and Canada cricketer who passed away last September, age 58, leaving 5 children and his wife to mourn. 86 for the loss of 3. 13 overs have been completed. The batsman at the crease, Matthew Nandu, he has got 37. And with him, Azeb Ali Hanif on 19. Picking up the attack is going to be Arjun Nandu. First ball after the water cart, and this one is powerfully struck by Azeb Ali Hanif out toward extra cover. Protection in that area will pick up 2 more. 88 for the loss of 3 wickets. They have lost Clayton Lambert for 1, Suresh Daniram for 17, and Marlon Kalichuran for 8. Wicket falling at 7, 31 and 42. But since then, these two have linked up, batting with a great amount of dynamism, picking up the singles, twos, really adding some good boundaries as well. It is confident batting here from Matthew Nandu and Azeb Ali Hanif. A partnership now worth 43 for the 4th wicket. So they look very, very attractive, very promising at the moment. So beautiful day for cricket. Yes, we have lost the sunshine, but no major threat of rain. The forecast is wonderful, favorable. Over number 14 being bowled by Mohad Sharif, the off spinner, and so far Abdul Samad, the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, the captain for Terminator 2. They were asked to take for a strike by Terminator 1, led by former Guyana cricketer Derek Kalichuran, the brother of former West Indies famous batsman Alvin Kalichuran. So Sheriff in operation over number 14, and Azeb Ali Hanif, the batsman, just easing it back to the bowler. He's got the backward point, cover point, mid off, deep extra cover, cover point, long off. Yeah, the man coming in that cow corner, the deep backward square. Kenneth Wong behind the stump. A lot of former cricketers, Guyana cricketers on show in this Force Fazil Sattar Memorial match. This is a full toss, a rank one. Azeb Ali helping himself, coming down the track, and making good connection out toward backward square. Not enough legs to reach to the boundary. Will pick up 2 more, and the score goes on now to 88 for the loss of 3 and 92 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of over number 14 in this Force Fazil Sattar Memorial match. The Terminator died last September due to illness, so Matthew Nandu will come off as a memorial match once he scored 40, and just as a friendly encounter in the context of things, because it's just a memorial match. So Matthew Nandu 40, retired, hurt, and based on just a friendly match, there's a special occasion in memory of Fazil Sattar. And still in over number 14, over number 15, 892 for the loss of 4 wickets, we can technically say. And the new batsman looks like 92 for the loss of 4 wickets. We can technically say after Shamsuddin. They get the new batter just now. These guys are ageable veterans cricketers in show, and they're here. They're gracing the occasion in memory of Fazil Sattar, former Guyana first-class cricketer who would have played for Canada at the highest level in World Cup tournament. And we just had the T20 World Cup completed. Congratulations to India, beating South Africa by 7 runs in Barbados last Saturday. This Saturday, we are here in Waterloo, Ontario, just about an hour and a half drive constantly from the famous city of Toronto, Westbound. and Azib Ali Hanif comes back into the strike. Beautiful day for cricket. Absolutely gorgeous conditions. We have lost the sunshine, just a one or two dark clouds hovering. No major threat of rain though, and the forecast nicely for the rest of the day. The prediction: wonderful day for cricket. As I welcome back after Shamsuddin.
Thanks, man. That was a well deserved break. Had a chance to eat some duck curry cooked out here in Waterloo, countryside, very fresh. Thank you for the guys who did a wonderful job preparing lunch for everyone who's in attendance here as we watch Jafar Samad, the nephew of Fazil Sattar, bowl in his off-spin trade as the batsman get back and pulls that one to deep backward square, fielded there by Muad Sharif, who sent down the previous over of off spin, conceded 2 runs. Both these guys, Jafar Samad and Muad Sharif, will be participating in the Ontario trials on the 18 trials next week. I beg your pardon, the coming week starts July 10th, 11th and 12th at 4-7 and Dixie. The Ontario on the 18 trials will commence, and the two players here on show, Jafar Samad, who's currently bowling, and Muad Sharif, who sent down the previous over, both will be in that trial match, bidding for a place in the Ontario squad. But again, beautiful cricket here as we watch Jafar in and bowls to the batsman, and he pulls that one again down to deep backward square where Muad fields cleanly and sends a rifle return back to Kenneth Wong, and the batsman crosses for another run. The score now is 97 for 3. Machu retired hurt. 97 for 3 over number 15 finish.
We had a good partnership there after between Machu and Azib Ali Hanif for what 45, but then stated that once a batsman accumulated 40 runs, he's going to retire hurt. Sharif still in operation over number 15. It's been a good showdown so far. Good start here by Terminator 1, winning the toss, decided to bat. Terminator 2 picking up a few big wickets, including Clayton Lambert, Suresh Daniram, Marlon Kalicharan. Then the Machu Nandu retired hurt. Score now pushed on to 96. 99 for the loss of 3 wickets, with Nandu batsman that relinquishes wicket. This one slap straight to the man at backward point. Short third man there, in fact. Simple catch. Regulation one, and Azib Ali Hanif was looking so superb at the crease. Troy Gobin takes the catch. And a wicket there for Sheriff Jafar. And another wicket goes down here for Terminator 2. There are 99 for the loss of 4. Azib Ali Hanif, he has gone for well played 27. 99 for the loss of 4 now after, but certainly a good breakthrough after he was looking really, really dangerous at the crease.
Yeah, very good bowling there by Muad Sharif. This is his second over in progress, and he's bowling to Azib Ali Hanif, a former Ghana first class player who managed to dab that one to Troy Gobin at backward point. Out goes Azib Ali Hanif. Caught Troy Gobin, bowl Muad Sharif. Again, Muad will be vying for a spot on the Ontario team as he goes to the Ontario trials next week at 4-7 and Dixie, starting July 10th, 11th and 12th. Very economical so far. A youngster, 17 years of age. Exciting cricketer, up and coming. As we watch him, passes the umpire in the stump, in and bowls. And Charagoon, Hemnarain Charagoon, former under 19 West Indies, under 19 batsman, the first batsman to score a double century against Pakistan in the under 19 level. Muad will be looking to web him around as well. A loud appeal down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Fayaz Hanif. But Muad is bowling very good at the moment. He's very dangerous. He's bowling some serious off spin here to the senior Chadagoon, former West Indies under 19 players. We take a look. Chadagoon crouching in his stance as Muad comes in and bowls to Chadagoon. Full toss, he drives, passes the bowler, and they cross for one. Easy single there for Chadagoon. And the score moves on to 100. 100 up now for Terminator 1, playing against Terminator 2 here in Waterloo. Want to welcome each and everyone on the live and also everyone at the park. We're graced with about 500 or more spectators here, all enjoying the game. Well bowled over there by the young sheriff. Sent down a brilliant over where he got the wicket of Azib Ali Hanif, and he was able to contain the two batsmen at the crease. Good stuff. Good for his confidence going into the trials next week, the Ontario Under 18 trials. He will be replaced by another youngster, Jafar Samad, also bowling off spin from the southern end. Both these guys bowling well so far, putting a strangle here on the opposition, Mando.
Yeah, well, they just crossed that three-figure mark. 101 for the loss of 4. But we had a good partnership between Azib Ali Hanif and Machu Nandu after early wobble, losing Clayton Lambert for 1, Suresh Daniram for 17, and then Marlon Kalicharan. But if these two can able to push on, Nizal Hussain and Himnarain Chatagun, two former Albion players as well, and a good opportunity to finish off things in style at the back end of the innings once they get able to occupy the crease. Nicely pulled down toward backward square mid wicket there by Himnarain Chataguna. He spoke about his youth career because we thought he would have been the perfect replacement for Suresh Daniram. He will showcasing his talent at the under 19 level. Very promising. Made an impression for Guyana at the youth level, then West Indies, and then decided to migrate to Canada. But eventually lived up to expectation, continued to play professional cricket, and was able to wear the national colours here in Canada. The elder brother of Sinarain Chatagun, Ramnarain Chatagun, who played let's say cricket in regional tournament, and the late Harinarain Chatagun, who also represent Guyana at the youth level. But a good contest here after so far. I mean, things have been pulled back here by Terminator 2 after that flourishing partnership of 48 between Machunandu and Azib Ali Hanif for the 4th wicket. Now it started to be a good contest. Hussein timing everything that he probably looking to get towards that extra cover region. Steady stuff here by the young Jafar. Still in over number 17, 102 for the loss of 4 wickets. So after we can start to predict now with these two relatively new batsmen at the crease, not going to think about that acceleration. Probably try to get themselves in and able to pull things back later down in innings.
Yeah, well, the way the two young bowlers are bowling, man, though, it's hard for them to really accelerate the two new batsmen at the crease in Chatagoon and Hussein. But again, you lose quick wicket in shorter versions of the game. This is what happens. The slowing rate slows down. There might be a bowling change. No, says the captain. Muad Sharif will continue from the southern end. He had a very successful over where he picked up the wicket of Azib Ali Hanif. He'll be sending down his 3rd over. Again, the way the two youngsters are bowling right now, it'll be very difficult for these two new batsmen at the crease, even though they've got some experience. Again, you mentioned the likes of Hemnara and Chatagoon being a perfect replacement for Sudesh Daniram. But again, Mando, not everything is scripted the way we think, only because you have the selectors in Borbis and Guyana have different thoughts. As we see Chatagoon come down the wicket and drives that one firmly to Jafar Samad. Selectors have different thoughts, personal bias, political agendas, and things. It plays in the minds of these cricketers, and then some of them decide to move on. Chatagoon, in this case, went to Trinidad, played professionally, came to Canada, ended up representing Canada at the highest level. Myself and him both played against the United Arab Emirates at King City when he made his debut, so I was present there. It took him a while, but he finally made it to the Canadian team. Uh, but he is a very talented cricketer, and I mean all four brothers. One of them recently lost his life in a motorcycle accident in Albion over the Christmas holidays, I think. He was the youngest brother, but here we are, the eldest brother, still playing cricket and still looking young and still looks good as well, Mando.
Well, he also would have talked about his physicality. That sometimes when you're playing over 40 cricket consistently, it can really take a toll on you. But I mean, I spoke to him prior to the start of this proceedings that he happy to be part of proceedings today as well in his memorial match. He's dancing down the track and this time lifted over extra cover for four. This is the kind of Himnaran Chatagun we know after that, with this kind of elegance in his batting. And the score now have gone on to 110 for the loss of 4 wickets. Technically, we can say 5 become Machu Nandu. Retire out. That's how they're going to play the memorial match. Every batsman will have an opportunity to come out and showcase their talent. But early start, like the bowlers at all, Ian Kachi is off the field. Dylan Heliger, who had early success with his medium pace, coming on back. 110 for the loss of 4 after 18 overs. So good comeback from Terminator 2 after, because Terminator 1 decided to bat first after winning the toss. The decision seems unjustifiable when they lost the big bird, Clayton Lambert, very cheaply. And then Sudesh Daniram follow and Marlon Kalichuran. But then Azim Ali Hanif and Machu Nandu linked up and they really restored the innings, put up a good partnership of 45. And they looking to no doubt get somewhere in the vicinity of 160. Can be a very, very competitive or respectable total here. Very big outfield, little heavy, understandably so. Rainy season the last 2 weeks.
Yep, as we see square leg umpire Pal 2 taking the field. Umpire Pal 2, a very good supporter of cricket in the GTA. He's now at square leg. Moad Sharif tosses the ball from hand to hand. He'll be bowling to Chatagoon. Toss one up and Chatagoon wasted no time in dispatching him over covers for 4. But he's bowling very, very well here, the young Moad Sharif. Looking to contain. Got the big fish. The big first class player Azib Ali Hanif tucking to Troy Gobin at point. Caught. Was a well pitched up delivery there by Moad. And he was excited with that wicket, getting a first class cricketer in Azib Ali's wicket. And here he is bowling the start over. Here he is in and bowls to Hussein. And Hussein drives 2 point and they're crossing for 1, and that's all they'll get. But again, Mando, a challenging total on this outfield, which is a little bit on the heavier side. A challenging total would be about 160. Again, Terminator 2 has formidable batting in the likes of Kenneth Wong, Abdul Samad, Keith Semple, Zahir Hanif, Jafar Samad, Moad Sharif. They've got Rafi Samad. They've got some talented batsmen to chase down any amount that they put on the board. They will back themselves. So these bowlers bowling the way they're bowling is very good for T1, only because they don't want them to score more than 160 runs. And they'll back themselves to get that. Well forward there by Hussein, well pitched up delivery there by Moad as he continues to bowl well. It's his third over that he's finished and he's bowled well. The score now is 113 over number 18 finish. Yeah.
113 after 18. They're pushing along here, and I think after at one stage they were galloping, and we thought that probably they could get some in the neighborhood of 200 runs from the allotment of 30 overs. But I think these guys have fought back well with the ball, especially the youngster Jafar and Sheriff. Yes, they've got two new batsmen at the crease, especially when the Machu Nandu retired out on 40. Azib Ali Hanif and him would have shared a very, very impressive 48 run, 4th wicket stand. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Excellent bowling from him. Getting that drifter, using the wicket nicely. And he's bowling to a relatively new batsman at the crease. So I think this is intelligent bowling from Jafar. And once he can maintain that line and length consistently, he can be able to make more impression. Down the track goes Himnarayan Chatterjee. Well, he's showing great inclination to go down the track on a regular basis here after. So he has got a plan here. It's just a matter of execution.
Yep, Chats is batting like the good old Chats that we know. Very form at the crease. Astute in his stance. As we can see, Jafar, well coached by his father, Abdul Samad, vying for a place in the Ontario squad and hopefully moving on to play for Canada under 19 and bigger things in the future, God willing. But he's talented, he's got the talent, he's got the love for the game, the passion. Hails from Albion. Sent down another dot delivery there. He got one to move before Chattagun got off strike Mando. He bowled a drifter to Chats. Chats had no answer to that one.
Yeah, as I said, excellent bowling from him. This is intelligent stuff. And he has got a long off, long on, extra cover point, backward point. Just 3 men on the leg side, but this is a rare one. A full toss, drifting down the leg side, and Hussein making good connection. We thought was an agricultural sweep, but this time just a little bit straighter. And importantly, he finally got the perfection into the boundary. It goes for 118 for the loss of 4 and over number 19. But after you spoke so largely about the youngsters coming up here in Ontario, Canada recently participated in the ICC T20 World Cup. They were in Group A alongside India, Pakistan, Ireland. They failed to qualify. They could not have got into the Super 8. Yes, they won a match against Ireland. They were beaten by Pakistan and they were beaten by USA. The match against India was rain out. But, yeah.
I like that wicket.
But after, because you would have played for Canada at the highest level, we, a T20 version, we want to see better impression on the international stage. Canada, the cricket, in my opinion, has remained on the back burner. Something will have to be done in a drastic manner if we're going to move forward. Going to World Cup and not getting past the Super 8 stage is an indication that our cricket hasn't been that impressive. We have been around for decades. We have been around for generations. But yet we are not seeing the kind of improvement so we can compete well on the international stage. Your thoughts? Since you would have played for Canada at the highest level.
A very important comment or question that you brought up there, Mando. To be honest with you, I'll say it as mildly as I can. I honestly, I'm not trying to be critical, but constructive criticism. I've been playing cricket for 30 years in Canada, and cricket, in my opinion, as much as the hype around the World Cup qualification and making it to the World Cup and all these things, it's just a hype. And the reason why I say that is that the game hasn't progressed. If anything, it had regressed. When we played, we had ODI status. Years later, they lost it, and now they finally got it back. Going into the World Cup and trying to think that you're going to make it to the Super 8, was definitely, in my opinion, fictitious for the Canadian public to think that way. Cricket has become like golf in Canada, in my opinion. This is my opinion. It needs to progress. It needs the right. We need to make sure that we are coaching at a grassroots level. In any infrastructure, the foundation, if the foundation is not strong, then the fruits that are coming out or the building that you're trying to project will not be, it will be very feeble, it will be very weak. And that's what we're seeing in Canada. Unless the administration in Canada takes a hold of the grassroots level and does what they're supposed to do and leave aside political agendas and favoritism and all these things, then cricket will not progress. It'll continue to be stagnant the way it is. As we look at Abdul Samad, former Canadian ODI player, played 2 World Cups, bowling, younger brother of Fazil Sattar, he's bowling to Hussein. He's now a coach and he's doing well as a coach. Guys like these, their voices aren't heard in the right places. If we allow them in the administration, allow their ideas and their experience. Look, when Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl and they took Tom Brady and they won it, the owner for Tampa Bay, when he gifted the trophy over to Tampa Bay to Tom Brady, he said, the Super Bowl, he said, if you want to reap success or you want to know what's ahead on that road, bring someone who crossed that road. Until we do that, and administrations, guys who works at car washes, and I'm trying to be not too indirect or direct with these guys, but you can't be working at a car wash and run cricket. You can't be owning businesses and think that you know cricket. If you're never going to be the smartest in the room. You need to surround yourself with experience. You need to surround yourself with people who have walked that road if we are to progress. That's just my 2 cents about cricket, the status and the stage of cricket in Canada.
122 for the loss of 4, 18 overs. 20 overs have been completed in this 30 overs affair. In memory of Fazil Sattar, we have got Terminator 1 up against the Terminator 2. Terminator 1 won the toss and decided to bat. 122 for the loss of 4. We have still got Tim Narayan Chattergood and Nazul Hussain in the middle. And after, I can definitely agree with you that the foundation is weak because where the cricket lies now, definitely. And I agree with you too that if we can't work feverishly on the fundamentals of our cricket in Canada, we're going to continue to regress rather than progress. And I was sharing a thought too with a guy off the field that if not for 20 teams participating in the World Cup, Canada would not have been participating. Luckily, not 10 top nations were involved in that T20 World Cup. 20, yes, Canada did well in the Americans League to qualify, but yes, they remain at the bottom of when it comes to points table, to ranking and that sort of thing. Definitely agree with you after.
And Mando, not to be overly critical, but you don't need to go too far when you look at Machu Nandu. Machu Nandu played in Canada. He played at a certain level. He represented Ontario, and then he was deemed not to be good enough to play for Canada. He went back to the West Indies and he represented West Indies under 19 World Cup, and then he came back and no under 19 bowler in Canada does get his wicket when he bats. He brutalized every one of them. But the administration of cricket at the time didn't think that he was good enough to make the Canadian 19 team. But it was because it was political and everybody has their own agenda on who they're promoting and who they want to see make it to a different level. And that's not fair to everybody. Chattagoon is another one, he's bad in there. But let's not stray away too much from what we're here for. Fazil was also part of that program who excelled and scored thousands of runs in league cricket. And he was also overlooked. He was also overlooked when it comes to Cricket Canada and what they were doing. Not to sound critical, but I'm bringing out facts. As a former player, these are facts that I'm putting out there for the administration of Cricket Canada to look and say, hey, how do we make it better? Golf cannot be competing in cricket. Cricket is now a promotable, a marketable product that people are vying for, that they want, right? Golf is also there, but cricket is more exciting. So how do we make that? How do we take that level to a different level?
I can remember Fazil Sattar scored 4 centuries in one season. I don't also want to say 1 year in Canada, one season, because our season is just about 4 or 5 months. And when I think it's the same year when he scored over 1,000 runs in a domestic league, and you're going to overlook a superb talent like Fazil Sattar. Well, then our cricket desperately needs something to be done. I mean, from that time you're talking about now, some of the players have been omitted because of the political issues and that sort of things. So Fazil Sattar, son in operation, Yashir Sattar, and the memorial match here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Beautiful day for cricket. We have got a scintillating sun now. Hussain is pulling this one out toward deep mid wicket. And into the boundary it goes for 4. Lovely shot by the left-handed Hussain. 131 for the loss of 4 wickets in over number 21. Over number 21. So Hussain and Himnarain Chattagun started to show that sort of recovery now for Terminator 1 after, because they would have lost 2 quick wickets. Well, in fact, Machu Nandu surrendered his wicket, because of a memorial match, a friendly encounter when he scored 40. Any batsman today, when they reached 40 runs, they will have to retire. A wonderful day for cricket here. Good crowd in hand. Very lovely, very vocal indeed. And as expected, after that, they want to come and show the respect for Fazil Sattar because of his massive contribution to cricket. His brother, Abdul Samad, the captain of Terminator 2, also would have represented Canada, but he definitely left a legacy. And you have players like Clayton Lambert, Suresh Daniram, Sunil Daniram, Derek Karlicharan, all coming out in numbers. Keith Semple, Troy Gobin, Ian Kachi, Delon Heliga, Machu Nandu, Arjun Nandu, Azeb Ali Hanif, Zahir Hanif, all these players coming out and to make an impression here, whether participating, whether bowling, batting. They would have expressed delight to be part of today's proceedings. See play there by Himnarain Chattagun, the elder brother of former West Indies opening batsman Himnarain Chattagun. And again, thanks to Satish Warpasad of Adana Homes here in Ontario, Canada. For all your real estate, you could contact him, Satish Warpasad, and Cambridge Jaguars, the team, for their contribution to today's commentary. With yours truly, Ravindra Bandalal, and alongside me, Aftab Shamsuddin. Glorious sunshine, terrific condition for cricket. First innings in progress, Terminator 1. They have called correctly at the toss and opted to bat. They lost Clayton Lambert for 1, Suresh Daniram for 17, Marlon Kalicharan for 8, Machu Nandu retire out on 40, and Azeb Ali Hanif 31. Again, Hussain is really taking on the attack here. A juicy full toss and duly dispatched for 4. 140 for the loss of 4 wickets. Over number 22 in progress after. And we were talking initially that they're going to get somewhere in the vicinity of 150. But it looked like they're going to surpass this with this kind of batting.
Yeah, the way Hussain is taking up the attack, definitely it looks like they're going to go in excess of 160. Abdul Samad is bowling from the northern end. And it's lovely cricket here in Waterloo. It's a great atmosphere. Good to see the crowd coming out to support this memorial as Hussain lifts that one straight past covers. Yasir Sattar, Fazil Sattar's son, wasn't able to take that one. It landed ways in front of him, unfortunately. But here is Abdul in and bowls to Chattagun, and Chattagun gets back and lobs that one over the keeper. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll get. But they're looking, Mando, to accelerate here. At the end of over number 22, the score is 141 for five wickets for four.
We could say four
Four
because
because Machu
Matthew
retired,
Nandu
right?
retired.
But very competitive cricket here, Mando. The guys are putting up a good show. Some former national players and international players, and some current junior cricketers as well. So it's a mixture of good cricket, makes for good excitement.
Excitement galore, we can say, both on and off the field. The fans enjoying themselves. A lot of food, a lot of musical entertainment, and definitely, according to Abdul Samad, one of the leaders in this organization for the memorial match, said that we can expect great excitement both on and off the field. And this one slapped toward backward point there by Hibner Chattergood. Lovely piece of batting by Chattergood, the right-hander, the elder brother of former West Indies opening batsman, Senior Chattergood. 146, 145 for 4, still in over number 23. It's a 30 overs per side. And Hussein is pulling this one out toward the backward square. Simple catch there, taken there by Abdul Samad. And another wicket goes down here for Terminator 2. Hussein with a couple of boundaries, with a couple of lusty blows. Finally departed, looking to go over the top, not enough elevation. And it went up in the air, and a simple catch by the running Abdul Samad. So 5 down for Terminator 245 for the loss of 5 in over number 24. Just commenced there by Sheriff in this Fazil Sattar memorable match, and action unfolding here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. What a day, Abdul. We definitely want to reminisce on Sattar's life, both on and off the field. But today definitely is a perfect demonstration of who he was. He was a quality cricketer, undoubtedly, and then off the field, based on what the speakers said at the opening ceremony, we can't say anything more about Fazil Terminator Sattar. May his soul rest in peace.
Manu, when you look at the crowd that assembles here today, it's a testament of who he was as a person. Cricket lovers who know him has graced this memorial match. I'll be quite frank with you. Cricket Canada or Cricket Ontario puts something up, and they don't attract this much of a crowd. Even at times, league cricket finals do not get this much crowd to come and witness a game. So Sattar's life and who he was as a human being, the presence of these people is a testament of who he was as a person. Because Canada will play in US at King City or wherever, and you will not have this many crowd, right? And that's an international game. This is a game for a memorial for a cricketer who represented Guyana and Canada, and because of who he was as a person, the occasion has been graced by so many individuals from far and away.
Well, I've covered a lot of cricketer in the capacity as a reporter in Canada, and I went to different grounds in London, in Niagara Falls, different province in Quebec, Montreal, and across the Greater Toronto area, both hard and softball. I haven't seen a big crowd today before, even though when Canada competing on the international stage. I can remember last year, apart from the global T20, you have a reasonable crowd, but local cricket, this where, and we're coming back to the foundation. If you don't have the support, and we talk about parental support. Last week, I was at the women's cricket hosted by the Cricket Ontario. Parents came out, but encouragement, they are aspiring. You need fans to come out. Okay, we supportive, and they love. This is what we want to see Canada, and I think I want to reiterate that point. It may all in memory of Fazil Sattar, Terminator. So we have got Terminator 1 taking on Terminator 2. Terminator 1 winning the toss, decided to bat. They have progressed to 157 for the loss of 5, for the loss of 7 over number 25 in progress. Just a little bit of hesitation there from the batsman. No, no. You check it. It was just come off. Well, ball again there from Jafar. Outside the line of the off stump. New batsman Joey coming forward, tentatively push. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. And after this track has been very responsive because from the beginning of this innings we have seen some great bounces. Now the spinners in operation, they're getting enormous turns and bounces as well. Good variation. The bowling lineup. 158 for the loss of 7 wickets. Over number 25 have been completed. 5 overs remaining in this innings. 30 overs per side in this Fazil Sattar first memorial match. 30 overs per side. Brilliant day for cricket. Lovely crowd in hand. They have come out in their numbers today to support this event organized by the Sattar family. I'm sure that they will be delighted with the progress so far. 25 overs have been completed and 157 for the loss of 7. Good contribution there from Matthew Nandu. It's a good partnership here after if they can able to develop as the game progresses. 5 overs remaining. If you can translate that into 30 legal deliveries. No ball there. Pull down toward backward of square. An easy single. A good day so far. Good crowd after enjoying the atmosphere here in Waterloo, Ontario.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of the crowd there. Good job there by our cameraman Satish from Amana Homes. He did a good job displaying the crowd there. Thanks, Satish. We must say thank you also. It's his equipment that's been used. Cambridge Jaguars, a formidable softball team in Ontario playing wrong hand cricket. Satish is the brain box and the strength behind that team. He's done a wonderful job so far. And again, he's from Amana Homes. If ever you're looking to buy or sell any realtor business or anything that you need when it comes to real estate, just give him a call and he'll be able to help you. Zahir Hanif is now bowling from the southern end. Zahir Hanif, a former national first class player for Guyana, teammate of Shivnarayan Chandrapal, also famously known as Bucky. Pushback, the big pushback. He had made a 50 back in the days. He made a 50 against India at Borda, Zahir Hanif. Like I said, he was a former teammate of Shivnarayan Chandrapal. Played with Carl Hooper, Nicholas de Groot, Rohan Sarju, Gavin Ned, whose son is now playing cricket, the left arm spinner, Ashmit Ned. Zahir has some, Kenneth Wong. He had some, Ryan King, Colin Stewart, some good cricketers. He played some good cricket with some good cricketers in Guyana. Feroz Khan, Naresh Manbud, Rishi Bechan,
36 gun, right?
Amzad Ali
162 in
Hanif, the brother of Azib Ali Hanif. And the score is
162.
162 over number
36.
26 completed.
4 to go.
4 overs to go. We're having some parking problems, Mando. The PA system is blasting. Please move your cars. If anyone is listening to the live and you're at the ground, please. We want to respect the facility. We want to respect everything that's happening here. Please be obedient to the organizers and move your cars as we watch Sunil Daniram will be bowling to Derek Kalicharan, and the score is 162. 4 overs left, Mando. What do you think would be a good score?
Oh, I'm still thinking about that 200 mark for Terminator 1. Derek Kalichiran, not such a flamboyant batsman. He will come out there and try to milk it around. And then he's up against a quality left arm orthodox spinner, Sunil Daniram, brother of Suresh Daniram. Both would have played for Guyana at the senior level. And then Suresh went on to represent United States of America. Sunil, of course, Canada. They were teammates of Fazil Terminator Sattar, who passed away last September due to illness, age 52. So a number of his first class teammates are out here, along with the youth cricketers, promising family members. 162 for the loss of 7 over number 27 in progress, including Abdul Samad Jr. We have got our commentator Aftab Shamshuddin's son, Jamal Shamshuddin, would have played for Ontario. Of course, Aftab going to give us some more details about his cricketing career so far. Very promising off spinner, medium pacer, and he can prove his all-round capability anytime. Over number 27 in progress, 163 for the loss of 7 wickets. Terminator 1 batting first against Terminator 2 here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And you spoke about the vehicles because we have got a big crowd in hand now. For viewers on the Facebook and YouTube, the crowd is behind us because that's the main entrance to this park. You can't see the crowd, but very, very vocal, very supportive of the on-field action. 27 completed, 28 in fact completed, 164 for the loss of 7 wickets. They've lost Clayton Lambert, Suresh Daniram, Marlon Kalicharan, Matthew Nandu, Azib Ali Hanif, all making a contribution differently. But certainly Terminator 2, Keith Semple picking up 2 early wickets. Ian Kachi got the initial breakthrough. Delon Heligo also with a wicket to his name. Then we have got Shafir, Sharif and Jafar, Abdul Samad also with the ball, Jaimini Singh, all making an impact with the ball. A good day for cricket, lovely sunshine, terrific conditions here in Ontario, Canada, one of the 10 provinces. And softball cricket being dominated in this province. Last week we had the conclusion of the New York Softball Cricket League tournament. Now we have come to the Canada Cup later in August, and then we head to Guyana for the Prime Minister Cup. We had the semi-final of the Ontario Wrong Arm Softball Cricket Association Imran Ali Real Estate Tournament, the test version. Of course, the Ontario Softball Cricket League tournament as well. Ontario Masters Softball Cricket Clubs. A lot of softball cricket being played here in the province of Ontario. Let's see, good afternoon to all the people down in Guyana, softball cricket. And I can remember after about when I was playing for Mike's Pharmacy in the Guyana Softball Cricket Association tournament, we had come up against a team named Untouchable from Barbies. Few popular names in Guyana at that time. Damodar Dashrat would have played for that team. Anil Bihari, Sanjay Khan, Troy Kippings, all these Balram Samaru, all these guys would have come out for Romesh Mullah, our good friend. Always tuning to the Facebook Live, but wonderful day for cricket. But tell us a little bit about softball cricket in Barbados before your immigration to Canada.
Yeah, at the time, man, softball cricket in Kanji or Barbados was huge. You know, you had guys like Wazir, Baksh, known as Sachs. Then you had Babu. Those two guys used to batting for a team called Hostler. They used to play against Horst Stelling for big money. And you got guys like Sharples and Ulrich. The guys used to bet the money. You had guys like Bachman from Delphi. You had so many cricketers, the Matai brothers. That softball was a big thing. So the cricketers who didn't play hardball or didn't had games, they would go and play softball for money. They would have inter-district, Kanji would play Belvedere, Belvedere would play Hampshire, Hampshire would play Chesney, and so on and so forth. We want to welcome the big Imran Zid in the house from all the way from Hampshire Village. Hampshire Village on quarantine. Imran Zid is here. He's gracing us with his presence. He's here with his family. He's an avid supporter. He's here to support the young Muad Sheriff. Muad Sheriff is his cousin's son, so he's here in support of that. Muad will be vying for a spot in the Ontario team next week as Ontario start their under 18 trials at 4-7 in Dixie. So if you're around and you're on vacation, we encourage you to come out and support these youngsters. You've got four of them on the field right now. In Muad Sheriff, Jafar Samad, Fayaz, Ali Hanif, and then you have another youngster on the field, Jamal Shamsuddin. They're all well coached by Coach Abdul Samad, the brother of Fazil Sattar, and he's given them an opportunity to showcase their talent here today. What a wonderful gesture on his behalf. As a coach, as a mentor, these guys look up to him, and for them to be with him on the field, it's something that Fazil Sattar would have loved as well. As when he was around Mando, he would also come out and tune in with Abdul and give his 2 cents on how to develop the youngsters and some of the techniques that they need to work on and stuff like that. He was very, very accommodating. He was always there trying to help his brother Abdul share his experience, and these guys remember him. And they had, it's nice to see that they come out here today with their parents to support the gesture.
Absolutely. After Shamsuddin, 173 for the loss of 7 after in 29th over, and Derek Kalicharan dispatched that one over deep backward square. So that's the penultimate over, and we're gonna have a break at the end of the first innings. Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2 in this Forest Fazal Sattar Terminator match here in the Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Absolutely terrific condition for cricket. And good to see the Sattar family still making a contribution. And after would have pointed out that, Samad, the younger brother of Fazal Sattar, still very much active with his coaching. He would have played for Canada at the highest level. And these guys love to give back to cricket, always making a contribution off the field, not only representing their countries, but they want to make a contribution off the field. And coaching is a very, very important element in cricket. And with all the technical skills and efficiency and bringing that level of commitment to your game, it is important that coaches in Ontario and in Guyana, because we're talking about the Guyana Canada thing here today, after we know that a lot of players coming from USC, and of course Canada-based Guyanese, US-based Guyanese as well. Clayton Lambert, came out this morning, said that he was more than delighted to be part of today's proceedings. Force 30 over match. Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2. Terminator 1 winning the toss, decided to take first strike. So at the moment, that one was over the top. It went into the bushes, and the ball actually vanished for the moment. So hopefully it can return, or we can have a replacement, and we have the continuation of this first innings. In over number 29, the penultimate one, 175 for the loss of 7 wickets, 173 for the loss of 7. So after, with one more over to go, remember, with that period of aggression by Azeb Ali Hanif and Machu Nandu, we thought they could cross that 200 mark, but it looks very, very, not improbable, but very Herculean task for them to get to that 200 mark.
Yeah, unless something miraculous happens here now. I see Troy Gobin tossing the ball in his hands. If something miraculous happens, then yeah, they'll hit 200. But if they continue to bat the way they do, they will not hit 200. And honestly, Abdul Samad's team, Terminator 2, will back themselves with the experience that they have to overhaul anything under 200. Abdul, in his own rights, is a ICC level 2 certified coach. He coaches for Ontario High Performance under 18. Um, he has with him alongside some formidable coaches as well, um, which is uh, which is really nice to see that he's taken on. He's following in the footsteps of his brother. He had a dream, he had some ideas. Fazil Sattar, and then he would have shared that obviously with his brother. So now his younger brother Abdul is taking up that mantle, and he's trying his best to make sure that he lives the dream of what his brother um, endeavored or wanted to see happen. It was his dream to develop kids and especially his nephew Jafar, and Jafar in his own rights. Mando, if you've ever seen him bat, he's at a different level, completely different batsman than your regular under 18 batsman in Canada.
And after we talk about how Canada cricket on the decline or still at the bottom, they're languishing on the rankings and so on internationally. Coaching is, as I said, is very important. And would you attribute these guys' talent or the progress they have made so far at the youth level to coaching aspect or just hard work? I know naturally some of them are talented, but still something must be there to help with the development.
Absolutely. If you look at a guy like Abdul Bardi when he's coaching, he'll tell you that every player has his or her own talent and gift, but hard work beats talent at any time. If you put in the work and you remain consistent and stay patient, you'll definitely deliver the works. Honestly, these guys that are on show today is a testament of who or the coaching that they're receiving from their coach board. If the coaching wasn't good, we wouldn't see the talent that are being displayed today. When you look at Moachev, the way he's bowling and the way he bowled today, credit has to be given to the guy who's coaching him, which is Abdul Samad. You look at Jafar Samad, the way he's bowling, you'll see them when they bat. You know, yes, you can be gifted, you can be talented, but at the same time, you need to be receiving the right coaching, the technique aspect of the game. And again, cricket technique and talent is 10%, but mentally, 90% of the game is played mentally. So if you're mentally tough and you mix that with the coaching and the talent that's been given to you, you'll do well. And today, again, kudos, credit, and everything has to go to the guy who's coaching and Abdul Samad for bringing out these talent. Not only is it a memorial game for his brother, but he's also displaying the guys that he's coaching at the under 18 level. And it's only a matter of time before these guys become, and I'll say it here first, before they become world beaters. You might see them in different franchise and different countries playing in different cricket if they continue playing the way they play.
Well, good luck to all the players, the young, talented cricketers here in Canada, in Guyana, across the Caribbean, and around the world. We're going to see the continuation of franchise cricket. We're going to see the proliferation of leagues across this nation and around the world. Yesterday, of course, we had the commencement of the Major League Cricket T20 tournament in the United States of America. We just had the conclusion of the T20 World Cup, and then we have the 25, July 25th. We're gonna have the global T20 tournament here in Canada, and then we enter the Caribbean Premier League T20 tournament in the Caribbean. Well, of course, in the Caribbean, unless we go want to go to Dubai and host a tournament. Like India Premier League was playing in South Africa 1 year. I know when they went to Dubai when it was a global pandemic as well. So they were saying that the Caribbean Premier League tournament will be held in the Caribbean. The guy said, where else is going to be held? I said, well, you never know, anything could happen. We don't want to see the resurgence of another global pandemic, especially shutting down the world and all the players were off the field. Only the Caribbean Premier League T20 tournament was played, even though the players were in the bubble. But still, that shows the love for cricket, and it's a clear manifestation where T20 cricket is going. And as you're making a prediction that these guys are going to be ball beaters, they're going to be superstar when it comes to T20 cricket, not because of T20 cricket playing constantly. It's just because of their natural talent. And that is important, and with the coaching, this parental support, and the steady cricket. And I think after that, competitive cricket is needed. You need to play competitive cricket as long as possible. And I will take a page out from Machu Nandu, who plays for Everest in Guyana, who plays first class cricket for Guyana. And Machu Nandu would have played a lot of competitive cricket, even though sometime when he's in Canada, he goes to Scarborough Cricket Association and play because he wants to play competitive cricket. And look at the success now today, 12 first class matches under his belt. Some players are in their 30 and dreaming of playing first class. So that speaks about the talent. Yes, hard work, commitment, the support, you need all those things. But at the end of the day, I think the coaching has to be very, very much involved. A final over in progress here at the Fazil Sattar Memorial Match in Waterloo. 179 for the loss of a 7 in over number 30. The final one after we still might not see that 200, even though they might get close, probably with a couple of lusty blows towards the end by Derek Kalicharan. He's hitting the ball nicely. He's making good connection, and once he can get that support towards the next two deliveries or so, they could able to get to that 200. But 180, 190 can still be respectable in the context of things.
Yeah, as we watch Rafiq Samad, the brother of Fazil Samad, sends down this over of off spin. Um, so far, he's sent on two full tasks. Rafi, in his own right, hasn't played cricket for more than 15 years, and that's the end of the over. And the innings comes to a close. 191 after 30 overs. 30 overs, 191 for 6. Terminator 1. So 192 will be the total for Terminator 2, led by Abdul Samad and his team to come to win the Force Memorial match. T2 will be looking to score 132. Mando?
Yeah, thank you very much. After Shamsuddin, the target 192 from the allocation of 30 overs when we resume in 10 to 15 minutes time. Terminator won, winning the toss and decided to bat, and they ended at 191 for 8 at the completion of the 30 overs. On behalf of our sponsors, Satishwar, Passat of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars team, on behalf of my co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin, Aftab, your final thoughts and proceedings before we say goodbye quickly.
Exciting second half coming up. Stick around. We'll see you around.
Thank you very much, Aftab Shamsuddin. Terminator 1, 191 for 8 at the close of the first innings. 30 overs completed. We'll say goodbye for now. On behalf of my co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin, I'm Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye from a sunny Waterloo ground. Hello, hello. Welcome back here to Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario. We just had the start of the reply by Terminator 2 in this Fazal Sattar Memorial match. 30 overs per side, and we already had the conclusion of the first innings. Terminator 1 winning the toss, decided to take first strike, and they ended at 191 for 8 from the expiration of 30 overs. Over number 1 in progress in reply, and Terminator 2, they off the mark. We have got Rafi Sattar, the brother of the late Fazil Sattar, and his nephew, Jafar Samad, the two open batsmen at the crease. Derek Kalicharan, the former Guyana first-class cricketer who went on to represent United States of America, now residing in North America, captaining the Terminator 1 team, and Abdul Bird Samad, the brother of Fazil Sattar, taking up the responsibility with the leadership for Terminator 2. One for the loss of no wicket, and Terminator 2 looking for 192 from the allotment of 30 overs. In this fourth memorial match of the Fazil Sattar. Beautiful day for cricket, windy condition, lovely sunshine. As I say, good afternoon and welcome back to my co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Mando. It's good to be back. Breezy conditions here at Waterloo Park. Beautiful for cricket as we watch Jafar Samad taking strike after bowling of Sudesh Daniram, medium pacer, very gentle. 2 runs off of the first over so far, only 2 runs conceded. Wicketkeeper is Azib Ali Hanif. Again, the score to chase is 192 for victory. Terminator 2 needs 192. Batsman at the crease, Rafi Samad, the brother of Fazil Sattar, and the nephew Jafar Samad, the nephew of Fazil Sattar. The bowler that will be bowling the second over is Matthew Nandu will be taking up the attack, Mando. And lunch was good. The atmosphere is electric. Huge crowd gathered here today in support of this memorial match, and it's wonderful to be part of it. It's wonderful to be here, and it's a good cricket, lovely cricket, as Guyanese would say. And in this part of the world, when Guyanese play, it hardly rains, unlike Providence or Border.
Are we able to say that this cricket, lovely cricket? Well, this is certainly has been a wonderful day for cricket, as you rightly said. After Terminator 1 up against Terminator 2, Terminator 2 in defense of 192, and you've got the first class cricketer in operation, Matthew Nandu, with his off spin. I saw him bowl in the Guyana 2021 when the ICC T20 World Cup played at the National Stadium. Plays primarily as a batsman, but these days, Ahmad, young cricketers want to be all-rounders. They want to add that variety into their cricket, bring that other dimension, and they could be dynamic. Who are your best all-rounder in cricket?
It's a very good question. It's very tough. I mean, but rightly so, most cricketers today want to be all-rounders, and it's only good because in today's world, in franchise cricket and T20 and the way the cricket is going now, cricketers want to be contributing, whether it's fielding, batting, or bowling. So everyone wants to hone their talent to become something, and keep their spot on the team, or make that money, because cricket has become so marketable now, Mando. It's good to see. It's good for the players who invest the time and put in the work to get to that level. Going back to your question, who's the best all-rounder that I've seen in my lifetime, I would lean towards Jack Callis. But then again, that's debatable. But that is my opinion. I enjoyed watching him play when he played.
And many will share that sentiments that Jack Collis is one of the best all rounders in they would have seen, since cricket started. 2 over completed, and Terminator looking for 192. Terminator 1 scored 191. There are 4 for the loss of no wicket. 2 overs have been completed. So this is a good start here from Terminator 2, because in the context of thing 30 overs per side, 190. But we would have seen in T20 cricket teams scoring in excess of 250 and still lose. So 192 in 30 over. I'm just joking, because it can be competitive, it can be defensible, but depends on how well these bowlers going to operate. They started off with 2 spinners, whereas we would have seen Terminator 2 started off with 2 fast bowler, Ian Kachi and Dylan Helliger. First wicket going down there is Rafi Samad. I think he's retire out, and he's making his way. Keith Semple, the new batter for Terminator 2, the former Guyana and West Indies cricketer. Certainly will be looking to make an impression here with a teammate with Fazil Sattar. And Jack Cullis, the South African, as you would have said, and I understand there were plenty choices to make from, but you had to go with Jack Cullis. After we give reasons, because there are numbers. We could go back as far as Gary Sobers, the former West Indies captain, for his deformed spin and his brilliant batting performance. But there's anyone in mind in this era? Yeah, Jack Cullis is still there, because I would like to see that the likes of Shakib Al Hassan from Bangladesh. It's my first choice, because yes, he hadn't scored like Jack Cullis or whatsoever, but I think he was a superb bowler than a batsman. But he played primarily as a batsman for Bangladesh, and still playing. That can be my reason, or one of my reasons. Yeah, Jack Cullis was no doubt a dynamic all-rounder for South Africa. He did exceptionally well. But the argument will continue when it comes to all-rounder. Your best batsman in this era, though. Well, we can't say Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, so in this era, because we have got some of the greats: Stephen Smith, Kane Williamson, and Virat Kohli, Baba Hazam. Yours. I will just go with a debate and say, okay, we have got 4 classical batsmen in this era: Virat Kohli, Baba Azam, Kane Williamson, and Stephen Smith.
I mean, you mentioned some great names there, Mando. Absolutely, your choices are your choices, but I've lived and watched Brian Lara played, and up until today, I'd say he is the best batsman that I have ever seen. He's very flamboyant, he's very electric, and he scores. He's not at the crease, he doesn't look boring, and he's very attractive when he's batting. When it comes to cricket, he's never bogged down by bowlers. It's either he bats big score, or he gets out. He was good for the game during his time when he lasted. I don't see anybody that I take a liking to now, and that's just my opinion. I just enjoyed watching him played when he played. As a matter of fact, I played against Trinidad at Alpa in Jamaica, and Brian Lara scored 129, and I was feeling when he scored that. And when he got to his 100, I didn't know he was at 100. That's how amazing he was when he batted. He was a magician, and I enjoyed that. So now there's debatable on who's the best going around, but again, he was my guy.
After Shamsuddin here at Waterloo, in Waterloo, 5 for the loss of 1 wicket. Over number 3 being bowled by Matthew Nandu, and a target 192. And Fazil Sattar would have represented Berbice, and a lot of Berbician on show here today for this first memorial match. Sattar met his demise in 2023, age 58, in September, leaving 5 children and a wife to mourn. But after I've read about it, heard people spoke about it enthusiastically, that if you had seen Ron Kanai from Berbice batted, you would have said he's your number 1 batsman. Absolutely. He was a batsman with all trademark shots. No disrespect to Brian Lara, he had done yeoman service to West Indies cricket. He was a classical batsman. He still holds the record for being the highest individual score in Test cricket, 400 not out against England. And he did it twice. He broke the records twice. You know, a record that was standing for 33 years, led by his fellow West Indian Sobers. And then he took it in 1994 against England, and then in 2010 he got it back because Matthew Hayden of Australia broke it. That's a gem of a batsman if you can break a record again. Agree?
Yeah, great. I mean, honestly, don't let's not forget the 501 he scored in England, right?
Superb cricketer, Brian Lara. Four overs have been completed and six for the loss of one wicket. Terminator 2 looking for 192, set by Terminator 1 here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Lovely day for cricket, quite windy at the moment. And just on the outskirts of Cambridge City, about 80 minutes constant drive from the famous city of Toronto westbound. And then we had to head in the northern direction for Waterloo, another 20 minutes drive. It's a good contest so far by these two. Keith Semple, the former Guyana batsman, comes to the crease, represented West Indies in 7, won the international as well. Shorter ball there from Hussein, just giving it some flight there on this occasion. Maybe tempting Keith Semple to come down the track. This morning would have seen some effortless sixes, a couple of them mammoth. But it's certainly a good batting track. We spoke about the track earlier. We have great sunshine now after. How would you rate this track?
Yeah, I mean, this morning was a little bit slow, but it's definitely quicken up. To be honest with you, the young man at the crease, Jafar Samad, it will do wonders for him to be there, batting with Keith Semple. You know, Keith Semple is at the other side, at the other end of the wicket. You know, he just opened the batting with his uncle. Now he's batting with Keith Semple. A very classical batsman in his days. Played ODI for West Indies and played for Guyana at fourth class level. So it will do wonders for the young Samad going into the trials this week at 4-7 and Dixie. That we saw as we look at another classical cut there from Semple. Beautiful, like you said, beautiful ground, very nice wicket. It's quicken up at the end of over number 5. The score is 13 for 1. Batsman at the crease, Jafar Samad and Keith Semple. We've got the likes of Abdul Samad to come. There's a few big guns in the house. Zaire Hanif, Troy Gobin, Kenneth Wong. Got some good batsmen to come. Zaire Hanif. So definitely T2 has some good players that can easily overhaul the 192. And let's not forget Dylan Hellinger, the young man from Charity Essequibo. Sorry, my bad. Sorry on the Essequibo coast. Yeah, I think I passed his home, right? Yeah, he'd probably be slapping me behind the head and say, hey, get it right, Maxi. But the man from Saudi, he hits it a mile when he gets going.
Yeah, big fella. Dylan Helliger from Saudi on the Essequibo coast represented that county in inter-county tournament. A number of these players would have played inter-county cricket, a tournament the Guyana Cricket Board used primarily for the selection of the national team. So Helliger represented Essequibo. We have got Jaimini Singh, who is playing here, a former Essequibo inter-county player. And then we have got a host of players who played for Berbice and Demerara in inter-county cricket. Very, very important competition. After that, we spoke about domestic cricket here in Canada and Guyana. The inter-county tournament, absolutely, I think, important. Not only for the selection of the team, but the players can get the opportunity to expose their talent. Yes, and I understand when you were talking earlier in the coverage that the intelligence of a cricketer you want to apply your trade, but the mental aspect is absolutely important. This has gone over long on protection in that area, but how much you can able to mix that academy or your academic study with cricket, because I think cricket academies around the Caribbean or even further afield like Canada, if they want to develop the cricket, absolutely important. Will help the player. They will go in and learn the theoretical part of the game, and they can able to practically execute it on the field. So I understand your point, and I agree with it totally. That you can go with academics and cricket. Matthew Nandu, when was playing on the 90 World Cup, I think he was studying. I know what he was studying was he was doing his degree online or so on. So he was able to put more focus into his game, because yes, you have got to be disciplined and determined if you want to achieve success academically, and at the same time you want to score 100 for West Indies, which he did in the World Cup, but at the plate level.
Look, most cricketers have that ability to mix academics with sports, and I mean it's all about how you monitor your workload and what the balance. You have to find that middle path. You cannot be one dimensional, because there's life after cricket. Let's say you invested and you don't achieve your goals. You have to understand and have to have that ability to understand that, look, there is a beautiful life outside of this beautiful game, and not everyone that you play with will make it to a different level, but the support that you receive to get to that level is also important, because no one man can play cricket. So yes, a player or two might come out and rise above the rest, but at the same time you can't forget those that supported you to get there as well, as we watch Jafar taking strike from the bowler from the southern end, and he plays that comfortably to mid-on, and he keeps the scoreboard going. The score now is 22 over number 7 bowling. Keith Semple just played a handsome drive, 2 covers for 4. When you look at guys like Semple, they played cricket their entire life in Georgetown. At the end of their career, they migrated to North America, and they have a successful career. So again, to your question, you can mix academic with sport, and you can become successful. It is not end all be all if you play cricket and cricket only, and then there's nothing after cricket for you. I've yet to see a cricketer who hasn't make it to the highest level not become successful in their life and do something that is creditable towards them and their family. It doesn't exist unless you're just one of those guys that want to live off of cricket. Nowadays, you have guys getting paid to play softball cricket. So there is credit, and there is monetary, um, income at any level that you play now, as opposed to what it was before, where you had to look for guys to sponsor you.
24 for the loss of 1 wicket. Over number 7 completed, and over number 6 in progress. 7 overs in progress here at the conversation ground in Waterloo. And this one left over long on for 4. Good shot there from Jafar. Came on the front foot, making good connection there on this occasion. In fact, it just pulled back inside the boundary. They will settle for 2. So Keith Semple is still there. And Jafar, end of over number 6 now. End of over number 7. 24. 27 for the loss of 1 at the end of over number 7. And they're targeting 192 from the allocation of 30 overs. And before I come back to Aftab, I would like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars team to making commentary possible today here from Waterloo in Ontario, Canada. The first memorial match for Fazil Terminator Sattar. We have got the big guns on show, Sudesh and Sunil Dani Ram. Clayton Lambert, Arjun Nandu, Matthew Nandu, Derek Kalicharan, among others. Keith Semple at the crease at the moment. Beautiful day for cricket. Terrific conditions now. This morning it was overcast. Some dark clouds were hovering over the venue. And of course, other players with repetition in Canada, Ian Kachi, Imnarain Chattergun. All these players would have represented Canada. Delon Heligo, still an active player for Canada. Hussein in operation, and Keith Semple is playing this one out toward long on. They will pick up two. So I think after, if they want to get to that 192 from the allotment of 30 overs, over number 8 in progress. So this is a rather slow start to get to that 132. I think this is not the right approach by them. 28 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 7. Yes, it's good bowling on the other side of the fence by Terminator 2, but by Terminator 1. But Terminator 2 will have to think about the acceleration from here on.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a strategy. The team, they obviously have different think tanks that will, they've got the firepower in hand as well. So yeah, it might be slow, but at the same time, the thoughts that are going into the lineup and stuff like that will obviously be discussed within the team camp. But they've got some good batsmen to come in, the likes of Abdul Samad, Dylan Hellinger, Zaire Hanif, Troy Gobini, and Kachi, an all-rounder, and Kenneth Wong. I'm sure that there are a few that will come out and play innings with some flamboyancy and give the crowd some excitement, because, as you say, the innings has started a little bit slow. It's trolling along slowly so far, but we are in for some excitement as the day progresses. Again, the score to beat is 192 here at Waterloo Park in Kitchener. As we look at a former Canadian off spinner, Derek Etwaru. Derek Etwaru will be taking up the attack. He is a good off spinner in his own rights. Played for Vikings Cricket Club here in Toronto. Also represented Canada at the highest level. He had the fortune of picking up the wicket of Brian Lara when West Indies toured here in the 90s. Derek had Brian Lara LBW at Rosslard Park, so he is a good bowler in his own rights. He hails from number 2 village, East Kanji, Berbice.
Derek Etwaru, the man from number 2 in Berbice, the Asian county of Guyana. And they have produced a large number of cricketers coming back from John Trim, the late John Trim, Ivan Madre, and the list goes on. Roy Fredericks, another deceased. Ron Kanai, Alvin Kalicharan, Mahendra Nagabutu, Narsingh Dinarain, Devendra Bishu, Veerasamy Pamal, Girikesh Muti, and the list goes on. Shemron Etmayo and Shiv Narain, Leonard Bechin, and the latest Shamar Joseph, and the late Joe Solomon. We were expecting to see Vinu Solomon, who played one first-class match, and the son of the late Joe Solomon. Over number 9 in progress, 33 for the loss of 1 wicket, and with that boundary, 37 for the loss of 1 wicket. Derek Atwaro strained down the leg side, and a good shot there from Jafar, coming on the front foot, making good connection, finding the gap to perfection, and forward to the total 37 for the loss of 1. Here's where they need to step up. Here's where they need to put some momentum and impetus into the batting. After, I think, the spinner is still in operation. So this is a good plan, well executed here by Derek Kalicharan. Keeping on the spinners. He hasn't taken many wickets, but importantly, the containment for him. A well ball down the leg side there from Etwaru, who would have represented Canada at the highest level. Fazil Sattar, in memory today, he would have played for Guyana at the youth and senior level as well. and then subsequently Canada. In World Cup campaign in 2003, died last September due to illness at the age of 58. End of over 9
Yeah, nine though. 37.
37 for the loss of one at the end of over number 9 after something they will have to do if they can able to bring some sort of aggression here. I understand this is typical Keith Semple. He's just going to milk it around, probably out the boundaries, and that sort of thing. Jafar is playing a supporting role, mixing solid defense with occasional aggression. But 192 from 30 overs seems a very, very challenging total now. It started to get a bit more gigantic because the required rate is jumping all the time to over 14. They're going currently at 6.5, unimpressive.
Yeah, and that is why we see Abdul Samad, the captain, is on the field, taking, bringing on a message, bringing on a message to the two batsmen, Jafar and Semple, probably telling them pick it up, or maybe he's telling them bat for another few overs. Whatever the message is, he's brought some message on. So we'll see if there's some impetus in the innings as we look at Hemnarain Chattagoon bowling from the southern end. He'll be bowling to the veteran and the experienced Keith Semple, a man who I'm sure Chattagoon must have admired growing up as a kid, because he himself bats very. He's got some strokes, and his techniques are very close to that of Semple. Not saying he's a Semple-like player, but there are some shots that he plays that Semple also plays. And we see Chattagoon drops that one short of very short in line and length, and Semple wasted no time in rocking back and pulling that through square leg for 4. Keith Semple looking to accelerate. There's definitely a message that was brought out by the captain, Abdul Samad, and Semple has listened and dispatched a long hop from Chattagoon into the boundary for 4. With the likes of Abdul Samad and Dylan Hellinga, Zaire Hanif, Troy Gobin still to come, you would think that, and Kenneth Wong, you would think that Terminator 2 has a good chance in chasing down this 192. So far, it's been a wonderful game played with very very good mannerism, I would say. No disputes. You know, at times when you play cricket, your blood can get a little hot. You can run a little overheat. You could get a little bit overheated, and you might say things. None of that today. All in the spirit of the game. Cricket is a lovely game that teaches you a lot of discipline, Mando. A lot of standards, a lot of discipline, principle, mannerism. There's so much that cricket teaches you. That it's a team game. There's no I in team. I myself is living proof of what cricket can do to someone as you get up in age. The things that cricket has taught me is not something that I would ever forget. The camaraderie, the network, the people you meet. It's such a nice sport. It's a brilliant sport. I mean, not only cricket, any sport, but cricket for me was at the pinnacle.
Yeah, I can agree with you there, Aftab, that and this is a testament to some of the former greats because they continue to give back to the game in different capacities as a commentator, as a journalist, as a coach, as a manager, as a match referee. Look at Richie Richardson, the former West Indies captain. He's now International Cricket Council permanent referee. Ryan King, the Guyana fast bowler, former Guyana and West Indies fast bowler, is a referee, match referee as well. Javagal Srinath from India. These guys continue to do well off the field because they want to give back, and they would have learned a lot. And coming back to the point that you made, that cricket gives you a lot, it teaches you a lot, and now yourself, Abdul Samad played World Cup, and he's a big time coach. He's a level 2 coach. Hazib Ali Hanif played first class cricket for Guyana. He's a coach. You're yourself after Shamsuddin, you play for Canada, and now you're a full-time coach. You're a commentator as well. So you want to give back to the game in different capacity, and all because the game teaches you a lot of things. And I could give that credit to a player, the iconic Shivnarayan Chandrapal. I can remember I had a chat with him, and he said everything he was focusing is on cricket. Every single thing. He couldn't take cricket out of his head, whether he's in a fishing boat or he's in the Caribbean Airlines plane. So it's important that this probably helped Chandrapal to stay fit and focused, and he was able to play in 166 test matches for West Indies with more than 200 one-day international and over 500 first-class matches. Outstanding, unprecedented. I know was completed 56 for the loss of one wicket. So this is turning out to be challenging here for Terminator 2 in this Fazil Sattar memorial match after, I'm sure. 48 for the loss of one over number 10 completed. And I'm sure that they're going to take a break, probably another 4 overs. They will have to come out and try to re-strategize Terminator 2, how they could get to that 192. They're not playing for World Cup, it's just a memorial match, it's a friendly encounter, but you want to come out, if you're on one side, you will want to come out victorious, because I'm sure Derek Kalichuran, the captain of Terminator 1, won the toss and he decided to bat. So that decision paid dividend so far in the game. He piled up 191. Can be sufficient by the end of things here, but and then his bowlers are doing a fantastic job in defense of that total. After 10 overs, they're struggling at 48 for the loss of one wicket. But come back to that point there. Do you agree that academies can help the players? And I'm not talking about young players, because academies they tend to think that we're gonna only have young players. But I want to see young players playing with big players, mature players, players who, as you would have said, that cross the path. And straight out toward long on. Keith Semple looking to go for the top, not enough elevation. And Jafar and Suresh Daniram takes a simple catch. Semple goes 2 down now for Terminator 2, 48 for the loss of 2 over number 11. But this is steady bowling. This is excellent bowling again here from Terminator 2 after.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at it, the message from the captain was clear when he took out the water. Someone had to go, and Semple took the mantle and eventually hold out to Suresh Daniram down at long on. And the score now is 48 for 2 over number 11 in progress. The new batsman to the crease is Sunil Daniram, a former Canadian captain, former Borbis under 19 player, played for Vikings Cricket Club, and in the latter part of his career, Cavaliers as well. He's now going to replace Keith Semple in search of 192. I'll tell you this, man, though, if had Fazil Sattar been around, this is definitely not the start Terminator 2 had even represented Terminator 2 that they would have gotten. By now, the score would have been over 100 and close to victory already. That's how electric he was in his days and who he was as a batsman. Again, not everybody is the same. He's a different caliber. He's once in a generation player, and he's done well for himself. Today, looking at this crowd and the people that are here, it's wonderful to see that they're supporting his legacy, who he was as an individual, who he was as a player, as we give you a snapshot of what the crowd looks like, and it continues to build here. We want to send a big shout out to Sateshwar from Amana Homes. He is doing a wonderful job bringing this coverage to you. But not only that, he's an expert in real estate. So if ever there's any needs when it comes to real estate, give him a shout. He'll be able to help you out. Yours truly and your Mandalal is there, as you could see me on the mic. That's after they're talking. Satish, you can move the camera now. but he's giving you a nice snapshot of who we are, where we are, and what we're doing. We're enjoying the lovely cricket here in Waterloo, Mando. It's been brilliant so far. Again, if Sattar was around, the score would have been a lot more than it is right now.
Yeah, definitely for his flamboyance, Fazil Sattar, known as the Terminator, aggressive batter, likes to intimidate the, would have liked to intimidate the opposition, always going out there, believe in aggression, showing that temperament for aggressive batting for the Terminator Sattar. And after I was interviewing Clayton Lambert at the intermission of this game, and he said Sattar was a human off the field. 11 completed, 49 for the loss of 2 in pursuit of 192 for victory from 30 overs. And we had some comments from Bobby Parsons looking for a complete scorecard, a review of the first innings. Bobby will have that shortly or probably at the interval because we don't have the luxury of 2 scorers at the moment. So this can be very tension for the batting team after, because you're targeting 192 from 30 overs. You had a rather slow start. 11 completed now. 50. 50. 50 for the loss of 2 wickets. 11 overs have been completed. And then the Terminator one, winning the toss, decided to take first strike. They ended at 191 for 9, with Machu Nandu scoring 38, the top scorer, as Himnarayan Chattergun with 27, Hussein Nazimul with 20, Suresh Daniram 17, Clayton Lambert 1, and Mohan Kalicharan with 8. Not really big contribution. Derek Kalicharan was unbeaten on 26. A couple of wickets there for Keith Semple, Sheriff, Sattar, and Eliga. 191 all out, and with that 4, not a boundary there. 191 after certainly would have been a competitive total, but we want to see competitive cricket. Yes, we want to see excitement on the field, but at the same time, things can turn out to be very fierce.
Yeah, man, as we see Jafar dispatch that one very easily over mid wicket for 4. Emran Chatagoon sent down a shortish delivery. Jafar racked back and hit that one for 4. He sweeps and sweeps well. They've crossed for 1. They'll be looking for 2, and they'll get it quite easily. So Jafar Samad is now picking up the tempo. And when you look at this kid, Mando, he looks very similar to his uncle, Fazil, but he's a little bit more cleaner in his technique. But his aggression and some of the shots he plays is reminiscence of who Sattar was when he bats. So it'll be nice to see him develop, gets better as he grows, and then we might see a lot more of Sattar in him, because his hooks and his pulls and his sweeps are reminiscence, are almost carbon copy of who Fazil Sattar is. Again, he's coached by his father, Abdul Samad, an ICC level 2 coach, a guy who represented Canada in 2 World Cups and a lot of ODIs and first class games. So he's got a good coach in his household. The sport cricket itself runs in the family, so he's taken up the mantle and he loves the game. To be honest with you, if these guys they practice at Thackeray Park, it's at Kipling and Steeles in Toronto. There's not a day that you go by that they are not there. They're always at the ground, always practicing, always trying to get better. And they're enjoying their game, and that's one of the traits of a good athlete.
Good to see some of the youngsters coming out. I was looking at Fayaz as Hanif, that's the son of former guy in the first class cricket, Azib Ali Hanif. He was looking really neat in the net. So he showed that these guys understand the level of coaching and they really capitalize on the opportunity. Yes, my daddy is a coach, or my uncle, or my family, so I can able to hone my skills in a more effective way, and that will help the cricket. I think look at Shivnarayan Chandrapal. His dad worked 24 hours a day on Shivnarayan Chandrapal based on what we heard. And look, he turned out to be a distinguished cricketer in representation for Guyana, his birth country, and West Indies. 58? 57 for the loss of 3 after 12 overs. So this can come down to the wires after. We would like to see that. Of course, the fans will come out here today and want to see 30 overs. Now we have got the introduction of Clayton Lambert. He's no longer with the bat. And welcome to the bowling attack, Clayton Lambert. Duly dispatched there by Jafar over deep mid wicket for 4. He's not known for his bowling. He's such a wonderful cricketer when it comes to batting. Clayton Lambert, the 62-year-old, hails from Berbice in Guyana and did well for Guyana at the senior level. Went on to play for West Indies in both tests and won the internationals. But I think this can add to the excitement. As you said, you would have predicted excitement galore from ball one. You know, you want to see good batting, you want to see good bowling. You would have seen a good total on the board, 191 from 30 overs. Hopefully these two batsmen can able to put up a good partnership here, able to restore the innings, able to bring some momentum in the batting department, and then start to think about the acceleration towards the back end of the innings. Jafar, he has looked in superb confidence, in superb form, confidently stroking the ball nicely, showing really tight defense. So it looks like he has a plan here against all his spinners. We haven't seen that spin pace combination by Derek Kalicharan, the captain of Terminator 1. Plenty of action, plenty of music in the distance, plenty of colorful crowd in this 4th FAZIL Sattar Memorial match. 30 overs per side at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Beautiful day for cricket. We have got glorious sunshine. 191 set by Terminator 1 after winning the toss at the expiration of 30 overs. In response, Terminator 2 going about their business, quite watchful, quite defensive. 62 for the loss of 2 wickets in over number 13, be bowled by Clayton Benjamin Lambert. Really accepted the invitation to come here after all the players love it. They want to come back. As Abdul Samad said, it's going to be an annual affair in memory of Fazil Sattar. And you like to do that because my younger brother Shivanandan Mandalal, who played for Guyana, died 2013, and last year we completed the 10th memorial match for him in Essequibo. We normally play softball, but just shows how time flies, and you want to keep the recognition of these players. You want to continue with the legacy that they would have left. You want to keep memories going. You want to recognize their contribution both off and field, and that's what I think the Samad family doing here for Fazil Sattar, who died last September, age 58, due to illness. Lambert still in operation, 13 overs, the 13th over in progress. 6-7 for the loss of 2 wickets. So I guess they will take a break shortly after, and as I said earlier, that they will want to re-strategize, regroup here, and with Jafar batting solidly, and I think he can be the mainstay here. He can able to propel them.
Yeah, he started nicely. He assessed the conditions. He assessed the bowlers, and now he's picking up the score. I think honestly, Jafar's got the talent that if he stays there, he will. If he stays there, he will definitely help them win the game. Now it's 65 in 13 overs. Another 15 overs to go. Another 17 overs, sorry. But as long as these batsmen stay at the wicket, they're both capable of making runs and overhauling the total.
65 for the loss of 3. Over number 14 just started there by Hussein. Beautiful day for cricket. Lovely sunshine, terrific conditions here in Waterloo. Commentary comes here with the kind compliments of Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and the Cambridge Jaguars team. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are, picking up the broadcast here with yours truly, Ravindra Bandalal, alongside me, Aftab Shamsuddin. Always a delight and pleasure to be in the box, the commentary box, and with wonderful conditions. It's turning out to be a good contest between these two teams, all in commemoration of the life of Fazil Sattar. Wonderful cricketer, and we have got a wonderful game unfolding so far. 191 set by Terminator 1. And this is another excellent shot there from Jafar outside the line of the off stump. Plenty of room, plenty of timing. And just the placement was good. Not a lightning fast outfield. So he's able to pick up just a single. Down the track goes Sunil Daniram, the left-handed batsman, represented West Indies now in Master Cricket. Heading to Sri Lanka next February for the over 50 World Cup. This time Daniram is finding the man at the backward square. At one time he thought he would have pulled it with disdain out toward backward square. End of over number 14. And the score 70 for the loss of 3. 1 over before the break of Tub. And I'm sure with the required rate of 6.50, Terminator 2 might start to think we can accelerate now. We could pick up the momentum, especially with two well-set batsmen at the crease.
Yes. Again, we have another last over and then we'll have a little break. But these two batsmen, if they keep going the way they're going, they bring it close. They've got firepower in the house that will and can. As we look at the demise of Sunil Daniram, trying to cut Clayton Lambert behind square, out caught behind. And the new batsman in the crease will be Naeem Baksh, the former Albion player, Naeem Baksh, also known as Johnny. He will be replacing another Albion player. We'll be taking a break now, Mando. So the score at the break is 60 for 3. 60 for 3, 14.1 over finish. So we're at the halfway stage almost at the game, Mando.
Yes, there is here. We have it. We'll take a break and we come back for the resumption of play. 14.1 overs have been completed in this reply by Terminator 2 in this Forest Fazil Sattar Memorial match. 70 for the loss of 2 wickets after 14.1 overs. The target 192 from 30 overs. We'll take a break and we'll come back very shortly for the resumption of play. On behalf of our sponsors Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and the Cambridge Jaguar teams, our co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin, I'm Ravindra Bandalal. Say goodbye from a sunny Waterloo ground. hello. Welcome back here to Laurel Creek Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Still with the FAZIL Sattar Memorial match. And we are coming down to the final part of today's proceedings. Terminator 1 batting first after winning the toss and compile a respectable 191 for 8 from their 30 overs. Terminator 2 in reply in over number 15, 72 for the loss of 2. And we have got Abdul Bird Samad, the captain of Terminator 2, who is also the younger brother of Fazil Sattar, and Naeem Bakshi, former Guyana first class cricketer. Clinton Lambert in operation, over number 15, had a wicket before daybreak, and is certainly looking for more inroads here in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are, picking up the broadcast. Lovely day for cricket, terrific conditions. As I welcome back our co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin, certainly turning out to be a great contest also.
Yeah, I think we're in for some fireworks here, Mando. Naim Bakshan, Abdullah the crease board, with the likes of Dylan Halinga, and Zaire Hanif, Kenneth Mong to come. I honestly think from a commentary booth where I'm sitting, these guys will give this 192 a good chase. They've got overs in hands, they've got wicket in hands. I don't think what Terminator 1 is bowling is any threat to them. Abdul Samad is a no-nonsense type of batsman, no different than Fazal Sattar. He will, if you bowl trash to him, he'll trash you. And there are times when he have the tendency of taking good deliveries and dispatching them out of the park as well. He was very close to his brother Fazil. They trained together, did a lot of work together, and as such he developed his game quite a bit where he went on to represent Canada at the highest level. I honestly think that if Bord was in Guyana, living in Guyana, he would have made it to levels that are unknown to us, which would have been the highest level. He had the credentials, he has the technique, and he scored runs consistently and almost willingly for Cavaliers when he played. And even when he donned the Canadian colours, he did the same. So we're looking for him to get on with the game, take the score as close as possible, and hopefully even finish it. It would be very nice if he does. If he does do that, it'll be very, very nice, because this game is played in honor of his brother, his mentor, his coach, someone who he looks up to. I recently had a chat with him, and he said that he didn't need to go far to find a role model or to look to say who was the best cricketer he ever saw. It was his brother. So his brother would have wanted him to win this game the way Fazil Sattar knows how to win game.
And good that he had the early inspiration, and no doubt he would have taken it from a quality player and also someone that he would have shared youth days moments with. So I can understand his grief. This morning shed some tears during the prayers, during the opening ceremony. Abdul Bird Samad, wonderful cricketer. 16 overs have been completed, and they've pushed on now to 74 for the loss of 3 in pursuit of 192 for victory. Accent rate of 6.50. After West Indies will play England in a 3-match test series starting on July 10th. They have the completion of a 3-day warm-up match against a county selected 11 where the match was drawn. But from a batting perspective, West Indies may be pleased, but there are some concern in the bowling department, and he's going high and hard. Abdul Samad, Matthew Nandud at long off had the sprinting, well judged, settled under it, and took a simple catch. Abdul Bird Samad goes for just 3 For one, looking to go for the top, plenty of elevation, but not enough distance. And another wicket goes down here for Terminator 2. They are starting to struggle now. 74 for 4 in over number 16. And this can be disaster after. But we have got a player with repetition, a player with international exposure, a player with international experience. Dylan Helliger making his way to the middle. His team in a spot of bother at 17 for 4 in over number 16. And they're looking for 192 from 30 overs.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but that's cricket, you know. Abdul Samad going very cheaply. The crowd, me, and everyone here would want to see him go on and bring the game as close, but that's cricket. I mean, I'm sure he's also disappointed, but again, he's done his part. Look, he is a winner. Organizing something like this with his friends and his family, it's not something easy. Winning the game for Terminator 2 would have been the icing on the cake, but hey, he's got the likes of Dylan, and these guys are in there looking. And Dylan is dropped by Lambert. Caught and bowl chance, and he was dropped. Lambert is bowling very well here, Mando. He's so far taken 3 wickets and forced ball. He's bowled to Dylan. Dylan hit it straight back to Lambert, who drops it. Was a difficult chance, but he put it down anyways. Terminator 2 would have been in deeper trouble had he held on to that one, Mando.
Good chance for Terminator 2, but Lambert certainly exhibiting his skills with the ball. Didn't make an impression with the bat, was departed for just 1. And Dillon is going high and hard through the cow corner for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary on the front foot. And immediately smacked that one. And he opened his account after he was dropped the very first ball with a sweet looking shot over deep mid wicket for 4. So Lambert just with a little more flight on this occasion. And he was smacked over that mid wicket region for 4. The score goes up now to 78 for the loss of 4. Lambert, Helliger again. And he's going towards along the carpet. We pick up an easy single. But because he's a player with maturity, Dylan Helliger, and his recent representation for Canada at the international tournament, I'm sure that he's full of confidence. He has been given an opportunity there by Lambert. I think probably if Lambert was just about 10 years younger, if he was 52, probably he would have held on to it, because he got a wicket when he was operating from the other side of the ground. Not sure showcasing that kind of talent, and I'm sure that Fazil Sattar would have told a lot of young cricketers that you have got to be confident, you have got to be fit, both physically and mentally, if you want to play the game at the highest level. You said you were watching Brian Lara batting, and you were on the field because you were playing for Canada at the same time. I can remember I was playing a tape ball match and Chandrapal was batting. I could not have taken my eyes off of him because batting was so simple. It was like a walk in the park for him. Everything technically correct, good presentation, the bat, nothing short. How was Lara looking? I mean, we would have seen him on television at Boulder, at Albion, at Hampton Court, at ARG in Antigua, at the Antigua Recreation Ground. But what was your experience there after?
It was something that I think everyone or anyone that loves cricket would love to be on the field watching one of the best batsmen that they've ever seen score runs. So it was electric. A lot of emotions. I remember my captain, we played at a ground in Jamaica called Alpat, and I think it was in St. Elizabeth. And my captain, I was in the covers, and he would direct me to take a few steps in, but then when he turned his back and went back to first slip, I would take 2 steps backwards, because when Brian Charles came forward and he pushes it to you, if you're not looking to stop it, it burns your hands. Like the guy does not play for defense and not looking to score. Even in his forward defense, he's looking to score. So he's pushing it really hard to cover. So it was exciting being on the ground. I mean, it's always exciting playing at the highest level. Um, Cricket is a beautiful sport. It's something that if you're playing if you're playing cricket at the highest level, the experience is different. And at any level, there's a lot of fun winning, experiencing how to lose, experiencing how to win, experiencing how to strategize, you know, thinking a batsman, setting different fields. Um, when you look at Derek Calcheran here, bowling to Naeem Baksh, um, an Albion supporter, Borbishan, a Guyanese, would be proud to be here watching, looking at it live. Derek Calcheran to Naeem Baksh, and a young Dylan Hellinger at the non-striker end, and a young Fayaz Ali Hanif keeping wicket. It's a tremendous atmosphere. At the end of the day today, Fazil Sattar would have been proud because cricket still and will always be the winner.
Still playing his memory, Fazil Sattar, thanks to his contribution to cricket in Guyana, his birth country, and then his adopting country, Canada. Wonderful day for cricketers after keep saying, yeah, glorious sunshine, good crowd in hand, and we have got a good contest, and we have got some good players in action. Long off, long on, deep backward, straight down the track goes Heligot. Lifted this one out toward long on, and he takes the catch. No, he's floored it. Arjun Nandu, probably Matthew Nandu thought he had it, but he had to cover some distance. Coming around to his right, he was like using blow up both there. After, but he got there, and it went in and out. So another chance here for Dylan Heligo, and terminated 2. They have progressed now to 83 for the loss of 4. And over number 18 there, and after this is the kind of batting you're going to see from Dylan Heliger. Probably he's thinking about Fazil Sattar approach to batting. Can remember sometime his first delivery he would have come down the track when he played first class cricket with his partner Clayton Lambert. You were talking about Brian Lowry. He used to strike the ball very powerfully, but I don't think I have seen a hard hitting batsman like Christopher Henry Gale. Really, I saw him at Providence, and some of those balls whistling across that outfield must have went up in the air. And I think it was Paul Collingwood, the former England one-day captain. He said that Chris Gale is not a hard-hitting or not a hard-hitter batsman. He would have felt that, or he would have thought that Kieran Pollard is a really power hitter. You agree with it?
And that's debatable. I mean, I'm gonna bring up something that happened to me in Jamaica in 2003 Red Stripe Bowl. I had the opportunity to catch Chris Gale at square leg. The bowler for Canada was Sandeep Jyoti, and I was at square leg. And Gale pulled a short ball straight into my hands, but I'm telling you, I was still back in the team hotel the night, and I had to put ice on it. And Courtney Walsh was commentating that game, and he said that one had square leg not been in its way, or something in along the lines, it took square leg. It almost took square leg with it to the boundary. But I was fortunate to be playing that game again against Chris Gale. But he hits it really hard. A guy that hits it hard as well at that time was Wavell Hines. Wavell Hines had outdone Chris Gale in that game. But again, it's debatable. I don't know how hard Pollard hits the ball, but I can tell you, Gale and Lauren, these guys hit it hard.
Definitely agree with you there. After Shamsuddin, some of the big hitters in this era, Clayton Lambert, who's here today, of course, he would have really struck the ball hard during his cricketing career representing Guyana and West Indies and then United States of America. Wonderful day for cricket, brilliant sunshine. 19 overs have been completed, 87 for the loss of 3 wickets, technically 4 because one player retired hurt. And two batsmen, in fact, so five down. And we understand because of a friendly encounter, some of the batsmen will just, retire and say, okay, come and have a go, have a knock, because this is just a match of sentiments. Here, it's a match in memory of Fazil Sattar, the Terminator from Guyana. And because of his representation for Guyana, and Canada done well, and he would have established a good relationship with other cricketers both in Guyana and then subsequently in Canada. Dylan Helliger now, he's a kind of a blossoming star, looking to create a good impact here, looking to make an impression here for Terminator 2, targeting 192 from the location of 30 over. Full toss by Matthew Nandu, and this one punched out toward extra cover. This will run away into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there from Dylan Helliger. He found the gap to perfection. Plenty timing, plenty of runs, but what a beautiful piece of batting there from Helliger after.
Yeah, Hellinger's batting well. I mean, look, he is in form. He's a youngster. He's a good batsman too. He's a good all-rounder. You know, you bowl him balls to hit and he'll hit it. I think that he's making a case now in club cricket and any cricket that he plays that he should be batting up in the order for Canada as well. He's known for his bowling, but he bats really well. And I mean, that ball was nowhere to be hit, but he got in position and he hit it comfortably over covers for 4.
And you talk about his batting ability, because when he started to play for Essequibo, and his selection for Guyana was about batting, and I think he started to develop a likeness for bowling, and because of his strength and physicality, he might have felt that I can bowl fast and depend on his strength. Again, coming back to you after, his selection for Guyana and Essequibo at the youth level was because of his batting. Now he's turning out to be a good bowler, and he was considered a primary or a frontline bowler for Canada. He took 4 wickets against Ireland, in which Canada eventually won. He bowling at number 3, or he opening the bowling. So Canada is seeing him as a more of a frontline fast bowler. He was accompanying his fellow Guyanese Jeremy Gordon. But today he's making an impression with both bat and ball. So far he has got 15 with 2 wonderful 4s. So they're approaching that 100, and if they can get past the 100 below the 20 overs, and with 90 odd runs to come, 60 deliveries, we can translate that up after. And with Dylan Helliger still there, and you have got 9 backs playing a supportive role. Yes, this time he's gone big and hard. A man is under it. Will he take the catch just inside the boundary? And Dylan Helliger goes, caught by the man at long off. And Suresh Daniram takes a simple catch. Another wicket goes down. Helliger was looking for go big, high and hard, but only finding the man at long off. He got some elevation, not enough distance, and another casualty here for Terminator 2, 96 for 5 in over number 18 after.
Good catch in there by Suresh Daniram. And smart bowling by Matthew Nandu. You've got to give him credit. He kept feeding Hellinger outside the off stump. This time he looped it a little bit more air and a little wider. Hellinger had to reach for it and managed to get underneath, but not well enough. Held out to Suresh Daniram at long off. And I must mention that Suresh has been catching really well today. He's taken that his third catch for the day, but the way he settled, he still looks like a teenager representing Albion. But again, Mando, I think that we're still in for an exciting finish as we look at Arjun Nandu, a former Guyana and West Indies under-19 captain, taking strike. He'll be facing up to his son, Matthew Nandu. And if you could remember, if you were with us throughout the live, it was Arjun Nandu bowling to Matthew Nandu this morning, and now it's Matthew Nandu. He'll be bowling to his father, Arjun Nandu. The score is 95 for 5 Over number 20 in progress. So over number 21 in progress. 95 for 5. One delivery remaining. So that Arjun Nandu will be facing up to Machu Nandu. It makes for an exciting finish here. You still got the likes of Troy Gobin, Zahir Hanif, Kenneth Wong in the pavilion. Yasser Samad, Sattar, the son of Fazil Sattar, who also played for Ontario under 19, also in the shed. So we're in for an exciting finish. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy cricket, lovely cricket here in Waterloo.
96 for the loss of 20 overs have been completed. So 96, they need to get 92, 192. So they need 94 runs, 96 runs from 10 overs. So when you look at the equation, 96 runs, 60 deliveries, 4 wickets in hands. Because today occasion, we have got 12 players can bat. Compliments of the Samad family in memory of Fazil Sattar. So Arjun Nandu at the crease facing up to his son Machu Nandu, a first-class cricketer for Guyana. He was born in Canada, as you said that he had wanted to play for Guyana, the country, the birth of his parents. He had that luxury, and I think he made full use of the opportunity because he started off at a very young age. Arjun Nandu with that great cricketing brain because of his representation for Guyana at the youth level, captain the regional team, and also play at the senior level. And he would have coached him too in home and say, okay, Machu, I want you to play for Guyana and West Indies. I'm not going to put you here in Canada. Yes, you're born here, but I think that move paid dividends, that he able to play first class cricket. And this one is clobbered out toward long on there by Arjun Nandu. He was known for his batting, and he was such a brilliant leg spinner. I could think he's one of the best all-rounders in his era at the youth level. I saw him score 105 at Hampton Court in 1995. Berbice versus Esquivel. Was just able to bat it fluently, full of elegance in that innings. I could vividly recall that he was coming down the track on a number of occasions to his former Guyana under 19 youth player, left arm orthodox spinner Bishamsi Prasad. There's a good comeback there from Himnarayan Chattergun. He's pushed back the man to long on. He's got a long off, and the rest is inside the circle. So he can be tactical here. Quite a clever cricketer, Himnarayan Chattergun. And Arjun Nandu again going right across, making good connection, but out to the man at deep mid wicket, and we'll get an easy single. So 100 up now for Terminator 2. They're looking for 192 from 30 overs. And I think this is a good ploy by Derek Kalichuran for Terminator 1 to keep the spinners in operation. Yeah, in fact, the 9 Bakshis caught the deep mid wicket. That man was relatively short and looking to go for the top and straight to him. It was a diving effort nevertheless, and another wicket goes down here. So this could add pressure here after, and 9 Bakshis looking really solid. Before I come back to you, what can be the plan here, or if Terminator 1 will want to continue to take wickets regularly, frequently here, keep the pressure on, and keep the momentum. It is important. Thanks again to Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes for all your real estate need here in the Greater Toronto area and elsewhere in Canada. You could contact him. He's a real estate expert and Cambridge Jaguars team. So interesting to see how they're going to approach this latter part of the game. Very, very important. And especially with 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Arjun Nandu, just 5 runs to his name, having faced 5 deliveries. And he's got Joey Mangru comes to the crease. 101 for the loss of 8 now. After interesting, very interesting from Terminator 2. So as expected, I'm Narayan Chattergun to Jaimini Singh, the former Eskimo, on the senior inter-county captain. But this is tremendous pressure for Terminator 2 after tremendous pressure. And 21 overs have been completed, 102. So 9 overs to go. They are just have got 2 wickets in hand, but they need 90 runs from 54 deliveries. An interesting passage of play for them.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, they've got the firepower. They just got to go after the ball, but the intent got to be there. There's like they're currently they need 10 runs and over. The bowling is very tight. These guys are not giving away anything, Mando. But the batsmen at the crease, Arjun Nandu and Jaimini Singh, are capable batsmen that can put a dent into the total. But again, the intent has to be there. They have to start batting with a little bit of a purpose. The crowd is here and they'd want to see some excitement. Missed stump opportunity there by the young Fayaz Ali Hanif. But again, he's a youngster, 16-year-old son of Azeb Ali Hanif. He's done well so far. He'll be disappointed, but that's all part of the game. Here's Nandu, gets back and pulls that one down to deep square leg, and they cross for 1, and that's all they'll get. The score is slowly creeping along. Again, the crowd is awaiting some excitement. We want to see some fireworks. We want to see Terminator 2 get close at least to this total. The impetus has been staggered. The innings started a little bit slowly, and then it picked up, and then it stopped again and again. It has never found momentum, Mando, would you say?
Yeah, they will need that momentum if they could try to be a little more aggressive. And at the same time, they will have to accumulate runs. But the bad part for them, they are losing wickets quite rapidly. Yes, they've got 2 experienced campaigners in the middle, 2 quality batsmen, have done well for the county in Guyana. Jaimini Singh, Esukebo, and Arjunandu Berbiz. 22 gone, 104 for the loss of 8. 8 overs required in this match. The 4th FAZIL Sattar Memorial Cricketing Counter, 30 overs per side. Thanks again to the Samad family. Thanks to Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars, to all the people who would have been involved in making today's a success. Of course, a sad reality because it's a memorial match for a falling hero. Fazil Sattar met his death in 2023, age 58, but definitely left a legacy. And today's fixture, certainly a lot will be remembered by these cricketers, the fans, the administrators, all who would have played a pivotal role in making today's encounter a success. Jaimini Singh and Arjun Nandu at the crease, both left-handers, looking to capitalize on the opportunity to make an impression at the back end of this innings. After this, we have got 7 overs remaining. When we could translate that, just 42 deliveries. But the pressure keep mounting up here for Terminator 1. I beg your pardon, Terminator 2 in response to Terminator. Very challenging, very competitive now. 191 for 8 after 30 overs. Yes, not finding the gap there. Arjun Nandu give himself room, but this is excellent bowling from Joey, operating with the wind. So he's getting the ball to move quite enormously across the left-hander. Quite strategical from him. Plenty of flight. Finding some weakness on the Arjun off stump. Just forcing it outside the line of the off stump, and then he has got a predominantly packed offside field. Jaimini Singh is going out toward backward square. And the protection in that area. So we just settled for a single. And the man dancing around, they picked up, fires back the return, preventing any possibility of a third run. 23 gone, 107 for the loss of 8. And they're losing their way here. 7 overs to go. A target is 192 after, and definitely we have got to see some fireworks. Something a little more electrifying from this batting unit. If they could able to surpass the target of 192. Very, very interesting to see how they can able to get there, or the bowling team that's Terminator 1, they will want to keep up this momentum. They are in a great position to win the Force Memorial match, led by Derek Kalicharan, a team including Clayton Lambert, Suresh Daniram, among others, the Jafar Samad family. Wonderful day for cricket, absolutely gorgeous sunshine, a little bit of wind. Himnarayan Chatagun to continue, and after Derek Kalicharan continues with the slow bowlers.
I mean, it shows the experience and who he is as a captain. He keeps bowling spinners, medium pacer, nothing genuine like Terminator 1 had. Terminator 1 had nothing genuine. Emnarayan Chatagun from the northern end in and bowls to Arjun, and Arjun sweeps and sweeps well, and that's gone over the boundary for 6. 6 runs. 6 runs over mid wicket by Arjun Nandu. Correction, 4 run signal by the umpire. Looked like 6 from where I'm sitting, but the fielder signal 4. So Arjun is definitely showing some intent. He's been aggressive since he's been out there, and he's going after the bowling, which is a good thing. I mean, the crowd that are here want to see something exciting. We want to see some exciting cricket, a good finish to the game. If you can't win, at least get close. Give the crowd something to cheer about. Wide delivery signal there by the umpire. Arjun sweeps and misses. Here is Chatagun again, in and bolster Arjun, and Arjun on drive straight down to long on. They've crossed for 1. Azib Alihane fields, and the score moves on to 114 over number 24 in progress.
Jaimini Singh playing a supportive role here. Important for them to keep occupying the crease. But I'm sure that Derek Kalicharan's Terminator 1 team, they would want to continue with this sort of momentum because they have picked up wickets quite frequently. And how much they can keep taking wickets here. 6 overs remaining. The 24 gone, 14 for the loss of 8. So this can able to push them under pressure tremendously. Terminator 2 targeting 192 from the allotment of 30 overs. We'll have to re-strategize now if they're going to step up the tempo, if they're going to start that acceleration, if they're going to play a little more aggressively. Arjunandu was looking really good at the crease. Couple of lusty blows, but then now he retired hurt. Arjunandu, the son of first class cricketer, the father of first class cricketer Machu Nandu, who also is playing here today, making a top score of 38 for Terminator 1. And picked up a couple of wickets as well with his off spin. 114 for 7 after 24 overs. 6 to go, 36 deliveries remaining in today's proceeding. After we really want to see some fireworks. Yes, we have got entertainment off the field, but we want some more on the field.
Yeah, the crowd would want to see us, or the T2 team brings the game close at least, or be aggressive. The new batsman at the crease is Zahir Hanif, the brother of Azimul Hanif, and he'll be taking strike off of but definitely, Mando, you're onto something. The slow bowling is working, and it's working really well for Derek and his team as Bucky goes on the wicket and swings over mid wicket. They've crossed for one. That brings Jaimini onto strike. The score moves on to 125. 115, beg your pardon. 115 over number 25 in progress. Here is Jaimini swing. He swings and swings hard. Over mid wicket, one bounce into the boundary, 4 runs. So good intent. The crowd is happy. They're here to witness some boundaries. They want some boundaries, and they've got one from the bat of Jaimini Singh. One bump over mid wicket, 4 runs to the total. 119 over in chase of 192. At the batsman at the crease is Jaimini Singh and Zahir Hanif. Zahir Hanif and Jaimini Singh at the batsman at the crease. The score moves on to 119 over number 25 in progress. Terminator 2 looking to chase 192. We want to thank everyone for coming out today. Everyone who has stayed with us throughout the live, and everyone who's present here today at the ground. Want to thank you all for coming out supporting the first memorial match of Fazil Sattar Terminator. It's been a pleasant day, incident-free day, very nice cricket. A lot of former international players, a lot of current international players are on display. Some youngsters as well, up-and-comers, have also been on display. Overall, it's been nothing but good for the people who have been here. They've enjoyed it, and for the family, I'm sure they're excited to have host such a wonderful day today. And here's Jaimini again, gets back and pulls over square leg where Machu Nando fields. The score moves on to 120, Mando. 120 over number 25 in progress.
They started to feel a bit pressure now, and we can understand that this guy is looking to go for the top regularly now. Terminator 2 looking for 192 from the allocation of 20 overs. He's been tight with the ball. They have been frugal, they have been economical, and they have been successful in defense of that target of 192. Terminator 1 winning the toss decided to take first strike, led by former Guyana first class cricketer Derek Kalicharan, the brother of West Indies famous batsman Alvin Kalicharan. So good leadership from the beginning by Derek Kalicharan. Yeah, they lost Clayton Lambert very cheaply and early. Then Suresh Daniram went for 17. Lambert only making 1. And after early collapse, Machu Nandu came to the party with a top score of 38. The innings punctuated with 5 fours, and he was brilliantly supported by Azib Ali Hanif with 27. Both retired hurt. Then in reply, these guys Terminator 2 123 for a loss of 7 at the completion of over number 25. So 4 overs remaining in this contest here at the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. And I too would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors for today's Satishwar Pasar of Adana Home, Cambridge Jaguar team, and all who would have come out and played an important role. Thanks to all the players coming from far as well. Clayton Lambert from Atlanta in United States of America, Derek Karicharan from New York, Hussein from Connecticut, and many of the players here in Canada as well. Musical entertainment continues off the field, and we're looking for entertaining finish by these two teams. Derek Kalicharan has been introduced into the attack. He's going to bowl to the left-handed batsman Jaimini Singh. Plenty of sunshine. Let's see, plenty of bunks there. No ball. He started off there, Derek Kalicharan, not finding his line of length immediately, and a no ball. One more to the total and a free hit in effect. 124 for the loss of 7 wickets. And in fact, a white ball there. Derek Kalicharan pulled up as well. Understand he's 60 years of age. Played for Bobby's Guyana, West Indies B team, and then also United States of America. Great weather for cricket here in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Just about an hour and a half constant drive from the famous city of Toronto, westbound. And today we really appreciate your presence in the ground and also here on the live broadcast with yours truly, Ravindra Mandalal, alongside me, Aftab Shamsuddin. Thanks again to Satishwar Pasad of Adana Home and the Cambridge Jaguar team. This one is pulled towards backward square there by Jaimini Singh. Plenty of time in this time. And it rolls over the ropes now for 4. But good shot there from Jaimini Singh. Long rank lollipop there from Derek Kalicharan and was duly dispatched. And they've moved up now to 128 for the loss of 7 in over number 26. Still, we can hope for some exciting finish here after.
26 over in progress. 126. Yeah, I mean, Jaimini, the more that balls Terminator 1 bowls, the harder it is for them to get close. But again, overall, when you look back at today's proceeding, it's been an excellent day. It's a memorial match after all for Sattar. Caught behind, loud appeal for caught behind, not out, says the umpire. The wicketkeeper and the bowler are very convinced, but the umpire says not out. The batsman Jaimini Singh remained unfazed, unmoved, and now is when the umpire gave card behind. Now the umpire is given a card behind, and the batsman out, Jaimini Singh. So Mando, it's a struggle, but we haven't seen Kenneth Wong, Troy Gobin, Ian Kachi take the crease for reasons unknown. But maybe they're trying to give others an opportunity. At this time, it would be nice. It would be nice to see some youngsters get an opportunity as well. I mean, if the game is out of reach, at least give the guys the youngsters a little opportunity so that they can showcase them skills and see how close they could bring it. New batsman going into the crease. Zamin Amin.
Ian Kachi making his way out to the middle. 126 for the loss of 7. So as after pointed out that it's going to be a little more tension towards the back end of this innings. 128 for the loss of 7 over number 26 in progress. And they are eyeing 192 set by Terminator 1. They won the toss and decided to take first strike, led by Derek Kalicharan in this force. Fazil Terminator Sattar memorial match. And Sattar would have played for Canada in the 2003 World Cup in South Africa. He was wearing number 7 on his back. So the players today, they are wearing number 7 in memory of Fazil Sattar. The occasion quite mixed with emotion and excitement. This morning, his younger brother, Abdul Bird Saman, was in tears, understandably so, losing his elder brother Fazil Sattar at age 58. He left 5 children and a wife to mourn. Would have born in Berbice, Chesney Village, right? The club Albion, very prominent cricket club in Berbice. So Sattar would have played for Albion. He also plied his trade in Georgetown for Everest before he moved across to Canada. Played for a number of teams as well here. Cavaliers, Vikings. Would have played softball, cricket during his younger days and was able to make the national team. He was a superb cricketer. 129 for the loss of 8 wickets. Over number 26 in progress. So it's still going to be a big task for them. 26 completed, 129 for the loss of 8, and they're targeting 192 from the allocation of 50 overs. So this is steady bowling by Terminator 1 in defense of that target. 4 overs to go in this final innings of this match today. Very special occasion. Gonna have a change of bowling again here after 4 overs to go, and they still need 62 runs. This is going to be a mountainous task for Terminator 2.
Yeah, it's a monumental task now. I mean, when you look at what's happening at the crease, I think Terminator 1 has allowed themselves to get into this position. But again, this is cricket. Terminator 2. Terminator 1 has bowled really well. They played the game with intent, and so did Terminator 2. If the team that wins today is a deserving team, to be honest with you, and it looks like it's going Terminator 1's way. If you were to look back and see where Terminator 2 went wrong, you would probably say their start was a little bit, it needed some energy, it needed some firepower, and they didn't get it. But it was a staggered process throughout the entire innings. They kept losing wicket. There wasn't any partnership. If you can remember when Terminator 1 batted, Azib and Nandu took the bull by the horns and they consolidated after losing 4 wickets. That's the partnership that made the difference, in my opinion. Again, it's a monumental road to climb at the moment. But again, cricket is a great game of uncertainties. But at this time, and with the batsmen remaining, you would want to give the impetus towards Terminator 1 at the moment, Mando.
Machu Nandu still in operation. Over number 27 in progress. 129 for the loss of 8. And I can totally agree with after that this is going to be a monumental task for the opposition. Down the track he goes. and open the face of the bat out toward extra cover. Plenty of elevation, plenty of timing, and he's got plenty of runs in his book now. Another boundary to add over number 27. And Terminator 2 looking for 192. They're now showing some positivity back in the batting department. 134 for 8. 134 for 8 at the completion of the 27 overs. 3 overs to go after 18 balls possibly. And we would have talked about the ICC T20 World Cup that just concluded in Barbados, where India, I think they snatched victory from the jaw of defeat. 30 balls, 30 runs. South Africa needed to win an ICC T20 World Cup for the very first time since the inauguration of the competition in 2007, when India lifted that trophy for the very first time. But they were desperate, they were determined, and they were unbeaten throughout the competition like South Africa. And all of a sudden, the pendulum swung right back in India's favor. But rightly, as you said, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Anything's going to happen. But this guy, they found themselves in some trouble. 134 for 8, chasing 192 from the 30 overs, 3 overs to go. Anything could happen. But what do you think should be the approach here on? Yes, aggression should be on the front burner, but these two batsmen not that reputable to make a big impression with the bat. But anyone can come, a spectator will say a matter of formality now.
It's all about formality now, Mando. I know you're going back to the World Cup. South Africa had the games in their hands and India took it away from them. This is a different atmosphere, different reasons for playing the game. Batsman looking to score. As Zahir scampered a quick single there. Hopefully he doesn't do any harm to himself. And the score now moves on to 135. Derek Catran in and bowls to Zahir Hanif. He gets back and pulls. Misses. And the Brassman cross for 1. That's all they'll get. Another 2 overs after this to conclude this very historic game today, the first of its kind in memory of Fazil Sattar. What a wonderful game, a wonderful facility, well organized, graced by a well respected, cricket loving, knowledgeable crowd in support of Fazil Sattar, who would have been proud as a cricketer to have been present here to witness such legendary cricketers assembling in honor of his career, who he was as a cricketer, what he left for the game, and his family who has graced this occasion. And they're probably smiling with a lot of happiness and joy to know that the crowd enjoy the game, and it's a stepping stone for years, God willing, to come, where this game in memory of Fazil Sattar will go on, and maybe in future a better game, more, I don't know how much more we can describe this atmosphere and the cricket game that was played today. The only reason I say that is because it's been a wonderful game to watch. As we see one other batsman retiring with 2 overs left, we'll see the entrance of a young under 18 cricketer, Muad Sharif, making his presence. Again, Muad is an under 18 cricketer who will be attending the Ontario Trials this coming week. So he's got It's 139 runs, 28 overs, 2 overs remaining. Uh, Terminator 2 looking for 192 for victory. Again, the game is played in great sportsmanship. Batsmen retiring, giving the youngsters a chance to display their talent. It's all about it's what Fazal Star would have been proud of.
Definitely, after 139 for the loss of 8, 2 overs remaining in today's contest. Terminator 1 winning the toss, opted to take first strike, and they ended up what is turning out to be a winning total of 191 for 8 at the conclusion of the 30 overs. And then the Terminator 2 in reply, they continue to struggle. Now they have been tottering at 139 for 8. This one is outside the line of the off stump, 11 deliveries. And after I agree with you that it's going to be an annual affairs. Abdul Bird Samad says it's going to be an annual affair to remember Fazil Sattar for his contribution to cricket and because of his representation for both his birth country Guyana and Canada at the highest level. Penultimate over of the day in progress, over number 29, 140 for the loss of 8 wickets. But even though they're going to be a big margin of victory here for Terminator 1, this is tremendous success to this fourth memorial match. After definitely the Samad family will be extremely proud pulling off a one-day event. All the players invited have come out and shown their support, all in remembrance to Fazil Sattar. The legacy that he left will live on, the memories that he would have created both on and off the field. And one of his teammates, Clayton Lambert, said at the interval, was proud and happy to play with Sattar. Unfortunately, he met his demise, age 58, and he knew that Sattar would have been a big contributor to the game because he played it with great passion, with joy, with love. But we wish his son more success. Down toward the long on there, another single to the total, 130, 142 for the loss of 8. Still in over number 29, the penultimate one. We're coming to the end. And yes, sir. Is a short ball slapped away out toward extra cover. Not a lightning fast outfield protection in that area. Get an easy single. So they're moving along very quietly. Nothing to shout about. They know that this game is all in favor of Terminator 1. 29 completed now. 143. 143 for 8. 1 over to go after. And we can say prematurely congratulations to Terminator 1 to come out victorious in this Forest Fazil Sattar tournament. But what transpired here today is definitely going to be memorable after.
Yes, most definitely. It was a memorable occasion as we watch Azib Ali bowls to Moad. And Moad has faced 2 deliveries so far and he scored on both of them. He's looking very good, very comfortable, very confident, the young man. Here is Azib bowling to Moad and Moad leaves that one alone and it's a wide delivery. And they're going to run 2. But most definitely a very memorable day, a very memorable occasion. The Sattar family would be proud and happy that so many people graced this occasion. Honestly, I'll say this again, a game between Canada and the US doesn't attract so much crowd. So it speaks volume of how great on an event. This was Mando. Looking forward for a lot more as Yasar Samad down the track and hits that one high and hard over mid wicket for four. Correction, we were saying that this batsman was Zahir Hanif, but it's actually Fazil Sattar's son, Yasar Sattar, who has been hitting the ball very cleanly, and he is batting very confidently. He is a good player in his own right. He had represented Ontario under 19 when he was playing cricket back in the days. As we see Azib bowl to Yasar, and Yasar is forward and pushes that back one back straight to the bowler. No chance of a run. Three deliveries remain in Mando. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aftab Shamsuddin. Thanks again to Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars for providing commentary. And that's the conclusion of the match today, the first memorable match of the Fazil Sattar, sorry, and they won by 40 runs. Congratulations to Terminator 1. And in fact, one more delivery to go. With just that Naeem Baksh just retired out. After you said that this has been a wonderful day, a wonderful occasion for a wonderful cricketer, Fazil Terminator Sattar had done wonderfully for Guyana and Canada. Now is Zahir Hanif making his way to the middle. Is a first-class cricketer for Guyana, now lives in Canada. His younger brother Azimul Hanif would have played for Guyana as well at the youth and senior level. So he would have come from a rich cricketing family. And Aftab said that Zahir would have played a lot of cricket with the legendary Shivnarine Chandrapal at the under 19 level. Yes, that year when Chandrapal, Arjun Nandu captained Guyana, Zahir Hanif, Troy Gobin played in that match along with Shivnarine Chandrapal. Nicholas de Groot, who also played for Canada at the highest level, played in that match. And he's off the mark with the final ball of the day. Zahir Hanif from Azib Ali Hanif, unrelated. And things have concluded here on field. Congratulations to Terminator 1, winning by 38 runs in this first Fazil Sattar memorial match. 30 overs per side. Terminator, winning the toss, decided to take first strike, posted up a winning 191 for 8 from the allotment of 30 overs. Terminator 2, in reply, ended at 151 for the loss of 9 at the expiration of the 30 overs. So that's it here on behalf of our sponsors, Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguars. Our co-commentator Aftab Shamsuddin will say goodbye here from the Laurel Creek Conservation Ground in Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Hope you would have enjoyed the broadcast. Looking forward to catch you next year again. Looking forward for your company in 2025 for another edition of the Fazil Sattar Memorial Match. Thank you again, both people on and off the field. It was a pleasure, a delight to be in the commentary box here. Thanks to Aftab Shamsuddin, our co-commentator, sponsors Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and Cambridge Jaguar teams. I am Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye. Hello, hello, welcome back here at the Laurel Creek Cricket Ground in Waterloo, Ontario. We had the completion of the match. Congratulations to Terminator 1, winning by 40 runs over Terminator 2. And now we have come down for the presentation ceremony. 4 trophies to be given away: best batsman on the winning team, best bowler on the winning team, and of course best batsman on the runners-up and best batsman on the losing team. We're looking for a good presentation. Congratulations to Terminator 1 as well. Prem Prasad of the Cricket Ontario will say a few words. Wonderful day for cricket. Congratulations to Terminator 1 in memory of Fazil Sattar. Terminator died last September, age 58, due to illness. Few outstanding individual performances: Matthew Nandu, Keith Semple, Clayton Lambert.
Unfortunately, he's not with us, and today, for you who put together this memorial, this is kudos to an amazing job done to put this together. And to see
Amazing job done, according to Prem Prasad, the president of Cricket Ontario, giving a few remarks for today's proceedings. Congratulations to Terminator 1, winning by 40 runs.
it was so great. I had no expectation what to see, but when I got in here, I was shocked to know that everything that you see here was done, and you didn't charge anyone a dime for anything, and that is a tremendous plus to you organizers who have done this. So, the big and to all of you,
And of course, a number of former
fellow guys.
Guyana cricketers on show: Keith Semple, Clayton Lambert, Sudesh Daniram,
Those days when you were
Azib Ali Hanif, Zahir Hanif, Sunil Daniram, Troy Gobin,
it's not like these days. As for
Naeem Baksh,
good job, really great job.
Abdul Samad also would have played for Canada, Himnarain Chattergun, and the young rising stars from the family of Samad. So we have got a representative from Albion Sports Club in Berbice, Fabian, making a few remarks reflecting on the life of Fazil Sattar here at the presentation. And we had the conclusion of the match between Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 because Sattar was known as the Terminator due to his pugnacious batting approach, his flamboyance, his intimidation against opposition, whether he was representing Albion, Berbice, Guyana, and ultimately Canada, and all the clubs that he would have played for in Canada as well, Cavalier and Vikings. So the presentation continue here at Waterloo in Ontario, Canada. We are coming to the conclusion of what would have been a wonderful day, a fascinating day here in Canada in memory of Fazil Terminator Sattar. Derek Kalicharan is on the mic now. We had a couple of outstanding performances, receive trophies, compliments of Gerald Singh here in Canada. So congratulations again to Terminator 1 emerging by 40 runs over Terminator 2. In summary, Terminator 191 for 8 after 30 overs and Terminator 2 in reply 152 for the loss of 8 wickets at the expiration of the 30 overs. So here's where we'll have to say goodbye. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you guys would have enjoyed the broadcast. On behalf of our sponsors, Satishwar Prasad of Adana Homes and the Cambridge Jaguars, my fellow commentator Aftab Shamshuddin, I am Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye from Waterloo.